Hello everyone, good morning. We are about to start the opening session, so please kindly take a seat. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We're just waiting for the COP CEO, the incoming presidency CEO, and for also Irina, General Director, and for the SPI Chair. So bear with us for a few moments, please. Thank you.
Sorpresa. All good? Bene.
Yes. Okay, good morning, everybody. We welcome you all to the second global dialogue under the Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation, Ambition and Implementation Work Program. My name is Amar Abdulaziz, and I'm the co-chair of the Mitigation Work Program. I will hand over to my co-chair, Lula, to handle this session. Lula, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Amar. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lola Vallejo. I'm the other co-chair of the Mitigation Work Program. And I would like to welcome you all to the second Global Dialogue and Investment-focused event under the Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation, Ambition and Implementation Work Program. The Global Dialogue takes place today and tomorrow at Abu Dhabi Global Market, and investment-focused events will take place on Tuesday at the Abu Dhabi National Exhibition Center in conjunction with UNCTAD's World Investment Forum. This dialogue aims to facilitate a focused exchange of views, information and ideas, as well as the active participation of and interaction between parties and relevant non-party stakeholders. The goal is to urgently scale up mitigation, ambition and implementation during this critical decade in a manner that complements the global stocktake. We would like to express, on behalf of myself and Amar, our sincere gratitude and appreciation to the governments of the United Arab Emirates, IRENA and UNCTAD. We really could not have organized this event without your generous assistance. Over 400 participants from around 140 countries have registered for this event. Thank you again to you all for taking the time to join us, both in person and virtually, for this very important event.
Thank you, Lula, for the introductory remarks. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our distinguished speakers for their opening remarks. Please join me welcoming His Excellency Adnan Amin, CEO of the incoming COP28 presidency, for opening remarks. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the incoming COP28 presidency and the COP28 president-designate, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, I'm pleased to welcome you to the UAE for the second dialogue and investment-focused event under the Mitigation Work Program on pre-2030 ambition and implementation. I'd like to begin by expressing my appreciation to our co-hosts, IRENA, and my warm thanks to the Abu Dhabi Global Markets for hosting us today. I think it's particularly fitting that we are convening in the heart of a growing and vibrant sustainable finance hub here at the ADGM, which is playing an increasingly important role in future climate economy. I'd also like to thank Dr. Amar and Lola, the esteemed co-chairs of the Mitigation Work Program, which has provided a space for policymakers, practitioners, and investors to discuss and develop solutions and enhance mitigation ambition and implementation throughout this critical decade of action. We are confident that this second dialogue can effectively build on the lessons learned and provide important inputs for the outcome under the Mitigation Work Program at CMA 5 in Dubai. Together with all of you at this event, the incoming presidency looks forward to considering how the decision under the Mitigation Work Program in Dubai can bring forward enhanced mitigation efforts, including through a just energy transition and decarbonization of the transportation sector. This is a decision that must be underpinned by equity while prioritizing broader sustainable development objectives. At the same time, it can serve as a valuable tool to drive further action and cooperation, including through parties' NDCs and relevant policy frameworks. A sustainable transport sector is central to our shared success in keeping 1.5 within reach, and the numbers are clear. According to the IPCC's sixth assessment report, the sector emits 8.7 gigatons per year, representing roughly 23% of global emissions. Of this, around 70% of those emissions come from road vehicles. Importantly, transport emissions grow at an annual average rate of 1.7% from 1990 to 2022, faster than any other end-use sector except for industry. To get the sector on a Paris-compatible pathway, transport would need an accelerated electrification and associated deployment of charging infrastructure in the coming decades. With this, the share of electricity in final energy consumption would rise from 1% in 2018 to 49% by 2050, with electric vehicles accounting for more than 80% of all road transport activity by 2050. For anyone who thinks that's far-fetched, I've been following the trends for EV adoption and the rate of growth, and it is a remarkably quick process that we're seeing. At the same time, total liquid biofuel production would need to grow almost fivefold by 2050, contributing 25% of overall energy demand in the sector, while hydrogen and its derivatives would offer a solution to transport needs that are hard to meet through direct electrification. The trends are promising. The current rate of spending on EVs remains compatible with the year-on-year growth rate required to reach the investment levels of a Paris-aligned pathway. However, maintaining strong growth will depend on a multiplicity of factors, including deployment of charging infrastructure, the availability of car models, and battery costs. And let's include in that critical minerals and materials. These require continuous government support and private sector investment. For these reasons, we intend to make COP28 a pivotal moment to fast-track the energy transition and significantly reduce emissions in order to keep 1.5 within reach, including in hard-to-abate sectors such as transport. In that spirit, these dialogues are a concrete opportunity to come together and develop elements for a strong implementation approach around the sector to effectively deliver its mitigation potential. While the global stocktake will reflect on the collective progress towards the achievement of Paris long-term goals, and we've just finished yesterday a three-day workshop on the global stocktake. Delighted Ambassador Nabil Munir is with us, who's a co-chairing that process. So our collective progress towards the achievement of the Paris goals, including on mitigation, ambition, and implementation going forward, the mitigation work program offers a unique opportunity to go into the granular, on-the-ground insights that further guide decarbonization efforts. With COP28 just 45 days away, let that sink in, it's 45 days to go to COP28, we must remember that the work we do here will be key in shaping its mitigation outcomes. Our focus today on accelerating a just energy transition in transport systems is both timely and essential. Let us leverage this dialogue and the mitigation work program as an incubator of ambition, of action, and of implementation for this critical decade. Once again, welcome to the United Arab Emirates. I look forward to the results of what I'm sure will be an engaging and productive set of discussions that you will have over the coming days, and I look forward to meeting many of you personally in the course of this meeting. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Excellency, for these inspiring remarks. I now invite His Excellency Francesco La Camera, Director General of IRENA, to provide his opening remarks.
Buongiorno. Good morning, everyone. So, dear friends, dear co-chair, it's my pleasure to address you today in Abu Dhabi, the proud home of IRENA. Our headquarters is not far from here, in Masdar, the sustainable city. Some of you were here for the Global Stocktake workshop over the past 3 days, which I understand has highlighted the need for this solution as we move closer to the decisive milestone of 2030. Renewable energy is one of that each nation can harness. The trends are clear. In the past decade, the majority of capacity addition were renewable, bringing the share of the global installed power generation capacity to 40%. In 2022 alone, the world added 300 gigawatts of renewable power capacity. Equally impressive, global investment in energy transition technologies reached $1.3 trillion that year, despite the prevailing macroeconomic, geopolitical, and supply chain challenges. $500 billion was dedicated to renewable energy, and the rest to energy efficiency, electrified transport, the focus of our discussion today, and heat, energy storage, hydrogen, and other. As we see corresponding increase in the job, IRENA's recent report showed that 1 million renewable jobs were added globally in the last year, bringing the total number to 13.7 million people, a remarkable leap from 7.3 1 decade ago. But these global numbers mask important regional differences. For example, of almost $3 trillion invested in renewables over the past 2 decades, only $60 billion went to Africa. Or that the Middle East, blessed with abundant solar potential, account for 1% of the global share. IRENA has tried to tackle some of these issues in our flagship report, the World Energy Transition Outlook, the VITO. IRENA has been tracking energy transition globally since 2016. More recently, we introduced a nuanced narrative to overcome structural barriers to the deployment of renewables. Through our outlook, we identified 3 priority actions: infrastructure expansion and modernization. Without grid, we will not have transition. Alignment of policy and regulations. And reinforcement of institutions and workforce development. As we deliberate on the next steps, we must rewrite international cooperation to add speed and scale of the energy transition. This means an assessment of the roles and responsibilities of entities, including the multilateral development banks, to ensure their optimal contribution to the energy transition, and having as first priority the strengthening of the grids around the globe. We need grids that are interconnected, that are flexible and balanced to allow having more renewables into the grid. In the course of this meeting, we will have a dedicated focus on investment, and IRENA will share some of the innovative approaches that we have developed in the past few years, including the Energy Transition Accelerating Platform, which we launched within the UAE at COP27. Now we've been able to put together the ASEAN Infrastructure Investment Bank, the MASDA, that is the renewable agency of the UAE, the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, but also Swiss Re. We will sign along this day with MIGA, the insurance branch of the World Bank, and with the Inter-American Development Bank, and others are joining. It also means the efficient use of public funds to attract private investment at the required scale. This is of paramount importance for the achievement of our climate objective, but also the pressing imperative to achieve sustainable development and more just world. Before pre-COP, ARENA will release its new report on socio-economic footprint of the energy transition, also looking at important issues on how to tackle these deeply embedded systemic issues of equity, inclusion, and human welfare that I hope you can use in your work. So, dear friends, COP28 must not only confirm that we are off track, but also provide a strategic blueprint on how to course correct. ARENA stands ready to support and inform the post-COP28 work, and our global membership and Paris-aligned mandate give us a unique place in the global multilateral architecture. I invite to make you the best of the investment you all made while creating ARENA. We are here to support you at this critical juncture. Naturally, it's for me a pleasure also to have to see some old faces and too many faces in this negotiation exercise. I really wish to all of you excellent discussion in the mitigation work plan with our excellent co-chair. Grazie per la vostra attenzione. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I now invite His Excellency Nabil Monir, the Chair of the SBI, and our boss, of course. You have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. A very good morning and assalamu alaikum, my dear colleagues, friends, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also begin by thanking you, Amr and Lola, on both my behalf as well as on behalf of my very dear friend, Harry, the Substa Chair, for organizing this event and for also inviting us. Harry, of course, had some other prior commitments and couldn't come, unfortunately. I would also like to express my appreciation to the government of the UAE, Abu Dhabi Global Markets, ARENA, and UNCTAD for their generous support to organize the event. Colleagues, you've heard a number of figures from both His Excellency Francisco as well as His Excellency Adnan. I will just quote one of those figures, which is, it is 45 days to COP. We all know climate change is an existential threat to humanity. And in my own country, Pakistan, we are experiencing its impacts far too often. The devastating floods last year and again this year are reminders that we do not need. The UN Secretary General said last July that the age of global warming has ended and the era of global boiling has arrived. So it is now or never. If the world collectively does not course correct right now and raise its ambition based on equity and best available science, the future of our planet is bleak. The stage is set and the moment has arrived for you to delve into the crucial discussions, learn from each other, and amplify success stories. Your work over here will feed into the decision-making process at COP28. For those of you who will be at the SB sessions in Dubai be prepared to engage in constructive discussions. Decision on the mitigation work program will be an integral part of the success of COP28, representing a pivotal moment for the world to strengthen our global response to climate change. Colleagues, climate change is a global problem. It requires global solutions. As long as we continue to think individually as us and them, we will not get anywhere. We must start thinking collectively for the future of our coming generations, and only then solutions can be and will be found. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now invite Mr. Simon Steele, the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC Secretariat, for his video message.
Delegates, I am grateful for the support from the UAE COP presidency team for hosting this dialogue and investment-focused event, and to Abu Dhabi Global Markets, IRENA, and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development for their instrumental support in the organization of these two events. I would also voice my appreciation for the participants from over 140 parties who have come together to map a way forward, and to the experts and facilitators who are supporting this first combined dialogue and investment-focused event. This second dialogue takes place at a crucial moment. The recent Global Stocktake report lays our challenges out for us. There is no ambivalence about these challenges, and they are daunting. Collectively, we must reduce emissions to align with 1.5 pathways by 43% by 2030, 60% by 2035, and 84% by 2050. Additionally, we must reduce other emissions such as methane, 30% by 2030. These are challenging targets, but technically they are all possible. The task before us is organizing our societies and economies so that we can make a smooth and just transition, considering differentiated regional and national pathways. This is the nut we have to crack, and the solutions you need to find in your dialogues to lead to more ambitious NDCs. The first global dialogue, held in June, covered a wide range of issues such as renewable energy, energy efficiency, and carbon capture and storage. This second dialogue sets its focus on transport. According to the IPCC AR6 report, in 2019, transport was the fourth largest source of greenhouse gases, accounting for 15% of global emissions. Moreover, according to the same report, while annual emission growth in energy supply and industry has decreased in the last decade, between 2010 and 2019, emissions growth in transport has remained constant. Addressing emissions from transport is a crucial part of GHG mitigation strategies for many countries. And I'm confident that the deliberations over the next days will help chart the way to tackle barriers in decarbonizing this sector. I encourage you to focus on identifying opportunities, best practices, and actionable solutions. Friends, at COP28, we will need a decision on the mitigation work program, which contributes to urgently scaling up mitigation ambition and implementation during this critical decade. Together with the Global Stocktake, the mitigation work program forms a critical part of success at COP28, where the world needs to course correct in the global response to climate change. I wish you all the best with your deliberations and look forward to the outcome and how it can feed into an ambitious set of decisions at the coming COP. I thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. We will now break for 5 minutes just for a photo with our panelists on the stage and for changing the setup of the stage. Please do not go anywhere. We will just break for only 5 minutes and we will resume again. Thank you very much. We are, maybe, yeah. So may I ask the speakers to come on stage, please? It's here. Who's starting?
Turn off your mics after you're done speaking. Please make sure that you turn off your mics after you're done speaking.
I'll follow their lead, yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Better to speak at the lectern for you or
For me, yes.
lectern? speakers will get up and go to the lectern. I will arrange. Okay.
Should we start? Yes. Okay. Hi everyone, we're going to get started. We have a lot of presentations to go through right now. If I may ask you to please go back to your seats. Should I just get started while people get back? Should I just start? Yeah. All right, before moving to the next session, we would like to provide context of the dialogue under this work program. As you know, science tells us the global temperature has already increased 1.1 degrees Celsius, and the impact of climate change is more severe than previously thought. Limiting temperature increase to 1.5 requires deep and rapid reduction of GHG emissions. According to the sixth assessment report of the IPCC, the world needs to reduce emissions by 43% from 2019 levels by 2030. On the other hand, the latest NDC synthesis report informs us that the level of emissions in 2030, taking into account all NDCs, will only be 0.3% lower than 2019 levels. Compare that to the 43% needed. Besides, full implementation of many NDCs are conditional on international support. Urgent action is required to address the gap in ambition and implementation. This is why we are here today. If you look at this wonderful setting, it looks like we're kind of in a wedding banquet. Look at the wonderful flowers and the seating. So let's imagine that we're marrying ambition and implementation, please. The Mitigation Work Programme provides an opportunity for parties, practitioners, finance providers, technology providers, and the private sector to address challenges and reflect the best available science for effective climate action and policy making. This global dialogue is aiming to provide a safe space for discussions to learn from one another on concrete mitigation action, opportunities, best practices, actionable solutions, challenges, and barriers. While, as per our mandate, the outcome of the work program is non-prescriptive, non-punitive, facilitative, respectful of national sovereignty and national circumstances, this has the potential to become a unique catalyst for actionable solutions, innovation, international cooperation and partnerships which are sorely needed to lead to the implementation of NDCs and scaling up mitigation ambition.
The topic of this year is accelerating just energy transition, including by implementing policies and measures with global overview on country-specific experiences, addressing financial, technological, and capacity building needs in this area, such as through international cooperation, including with non-party stakeholders and provision of support to developing countries. Thirdly, promoting sustainable development and understanding socioeconomic effects. Based on the submissions we received from parties, we have decided to focus on just energy transition in the transport sector at this second dialogue. We have selected the subtopics for the breakout sessions and published in advance. Then we have prepared guiding questions for the World Café, discussions by taking into account further submissions on opportunities, best practices, actionable solutions, challenges, and barriers. We thank parties, and we also thank non-party stakeholders who made submissions to contribute to this important work program. We will now hear scene-setting presentations by invited experts. Then we will move to the World Café, followed by the breakout sessions, which will take place after lunch. Today, we will focus on opportunities, best practices, and actionable solutions, while tomorrow we will focus on challenges, barriers, and finance issues.
Today's dialogues will delve into 4 subtopics: deploying and shifting to collective and non-motorized modes of transport, energy and resource efficiency in the transport sector, electrification of vehicles, and shifting to lower zero carbon fuels. We have invited several experts in their field to give brief overall presentation on the various subtopics. Because there's a lot of presentations, Amar and I will be also ruthless in terms of timekeeping. But thank you very much for taking part in today's discussion. I'll start with a subtopic on deploying and shifting to collective and non-motorized modes of transport, and now invite Mr. Philip Turner, Head of Sustainable Development at the International Union for Public Transport, for his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing very well. So what I want to do is give you a very high-level overview on some of the lessons learned and experiences of where cities have managed to deploy and shift to sustainable mobility. But before I do, I think it's important to provide a sort of current picture about some of the challenges. So I have 4 little pies with 4 little stories. And I think they're all kind of related. So only half of the world's population can claim to have convenient access to public transport. Essentially, that means that people cannot walk to public transport. That's half of the global population. Urgent progress is needed by 2030 on this Sustainable Development Goal target. But we're seeing cities which are sprawling, polluted, emissions, congestion, and it continues to plague our cities. So when we actually look at how do people travel around our cities, it's predominantly done by private motorized transport, so that's around 50%. I'm not saying that cars are a bad thing, I'm just saying perhaps we need a more balanced mobility mix in our cities. Only 16% travel by public transport, and to me that highlights that it's an underutilized solution. Because it's essentially the quickest and most cost-effective way to reduce emissions, because it's the foundation of the avoid, shift, improve approach. It enables more compact urban form. People can walk around, cycle around easier. It is a naturally shifting to a sustainable mode of transport. And importantly, and people forget this, it alleviates congestion. It makes car driving more efficient. And what it does, it makes the whole transport system more energy efficient. As public transport can be run on renewables, pretty much all of it, it can really spearhead that energy transition. So the question is, if you just doubled usage, what would that mean? Well, you'd see a 45% reduction in urban transport emissions. You'd deliver tens of millions of jobs, and it would cost you less. Every dollar you invest, you get 5 back in the wider economy. So it makes financial sense. I think the good news for me is that 67% of all NDCs include public transport interventions. That's a doubling compared to the first round. I think that really is a massive opportunity, and I think it's great news. The question is, we now need to implement it. So what do you need to do? What do cities do? And I think one thing which is important is what works for cities also works for other modes of transport like rail. Because I think essentially it just boils down to 3 kind of things. There's the better alignment of land use planning and public transport to improve that accessibility thing. But you need those institutions that make it happen. So you need an integrated transport authority, such as in London, that can really plan, regulate, manage and administer all types of facets when it comes to transport-related matters in a city. But they need a sound legal framework to do that. They need the funding to do that, but they also need to be enabled to get that funding itself locally through things such as land value capture so they can deliver on their vision. We need to optimize street management and road space. That means prioritizing cities for people rather than cars. So this is really around those push policies, looking at various forms of road pricing schemes like congestion charging, banning the most polluting vehicles through low emission zones, and minimum parking policies. But that can finance the modal shift. But we need to also look at those bigger long-term urban development because that locks us into a low climate pathway through things like transit-oriented development. The last thing, I think, you need those pull policies as well as the push ones. You need to provide real alternatives that people will use. So a shift requires a public transport system which is convenient, efficient, affordable, and appealing. People need to be satisfied with the offer on hand. But it's not about the affordability of it. It's actually the frequency and reliability which is actually the biggest driver. But you need to build on that public transport backbone. It's not enough. You need to have a multimodal network that is connected. So that means, in addition to your traditional rail public transport, you have car sharing, bike sharing, so on and so forth. But also you need those soft policies as well. And I think that's where IT really plays a major role. So really, I think my conclusion is that we can really deliver better mobility and better climate action quickly, more affordably, and reliably. We know what the solutions are. I think one important thing to note is that around 20% of the policy levers that can enable a city to do what they need to do is actually at the national level. So you can really provide that enabling environment for delivery. And I think really there are only 4 things that jointly needs to be done. They're not very simple, and I hope it's something that we can all agree on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip. I now welcome Mrs. Amanda Ngabirano, the professor at University of Makerere in Uganda and ex-vice president of the World Cycling Alliance, to give her presentation virtually. Please, Amanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lola. And one more thing, I'm the chairperson of the National Fiscal Planning Board of Uganda that is responsible for planning for the whole country. That means that mobility is not forgotten. And I think that this is a very good opportunity for the whole world, and especially for the cities in the global south, because we still have a lot that we can do right now. We have a very big opportunity. So may I please have the slides? One thing we need to know is that we need to define the cities that we want. If we don't have the vision, like Philip already presented, it's going to be very difficult. It means any route, any road will take you anywhere, and you will never determine your destination. And this means that the connectivity of functions has to be well lined out, well provided for, and meaningfully so. Are the modes of transport interconnected? Are the land uses interconnected? Are the modes of transport connected to land uses? And are they actually making the city operate efficiently? So defining the vision is very critical. Next, please. Yeah, and we all know that free transportation is something we need to work on because mobility is what makes land uses function. Mobility connects places, mobility connects regions, mobility connects people. And therefore, transportation is unavoidable. And we know that the greenhouse gas emissions have to be fought, especially in the developing countries. It is still low, but it's growing at a very high rate. So we think that we need to grab this opportunity and focus on transportation. And how should we do it? We can learn from elsewhere, but we have to make sure that we don't lose our identity, our culture, our heritage. But still, human behavior is the same. People want to be connected to places, so categorizing the networks is very critical. And we need to focus on the opportunities we have, and also we have a bigger picture so that we can know how to make sure that circulation is not affecting our public space and also our population. So modified car circulation is very critical, especially in densely populated areas. People are so much attracted to cars because of the privacy, because of the unavailability of good public transport, because of unavailability of other modes of transport like walking, cycling. But I don't think that they choose that. It's expensive, but it's like slavery by governments, by systems, enslaving the populations. So I think we need to categorize the networks, invest already in the most efficient modes of transport. As you can see on the slide on the right, this is in Kampala, where we categorize the network for BRT, for the NMT pilot, for the ring road for the cars. And thankfully, the car usage is still low, like I mentioned earlier. So what we need to do, next please. is not to focus on road expansion to accommodate the car usage, which is still low compared to the developed world, compared to the Western world. Unfortunately, this road expansion is attracting more cars and is attracting more disasters, like more emissions, more road accidents. And also, it's even if it's electrification or electric cars, you cannot really explain the road usage space, which space we need for other functions within cities, but also the quality of public space. This looks very unsightly, to be honest. So as we try to address traffic congestion, we forget about the parking question, which is the next slide. And there's no city that has adequate parking and is satisfied. Although it's termed as a necessary evil, it is something that cities will never address. So how do we face the reality? It's public transport, it's walking, it's cycling, it's connecting land uses. And we reduce traffic congestion and air pollution as well. Next. So if we categorize our network, the system will operate efficiently in terms of cost of travel, in terms of affordability, but also in terms of governments investing in the network. Our governments are spending more money in trying to facilitate the car. But if we calculate how much would benefit in the long term if we had public transport prioritized, we would definitely have better cities. In the middle of the city, it's very important that we create room for booming people activity, people interaction, booming businesses, because we know that cars don't go to shops, cars don't go to recreation areas. People walk there themselves, people ride there, and public transport interacts very well with the people. So avoid the internal conflict, but also connect external areas, the surroundings very well with the CBD, and also the regional connectivity, which means that you need to have a good balance of modes. Next, please. Because what actually makes cities is the people. So if we don't consider their space within the system, we are going to have things, what we call things. Just you have buildings, you have roads, you have gray areas, and without people, that city is dull. If you go to a place, a street which is abandoned, which has no human population, it always feels unsafe. And what does that mean? That people want to have their own spaces. So forgetting them is forgetting accessibility for all. Yeah, it's always very scary to start up some things, but this is in Kampala. We have also this happening in Kigali and some parts of Nairobi. And what is happening is that we are taking advantage of the existing opportunity, which is the low car usage, but also the high walking population, like 60%, and a growing riding population. So that opportunity should be grabbed now, because it's easier to move people right now. It's easier to maintain people right now in these modes of transport, walking and riding and in buses, than to move them out of cars. So if they are not yet in the cars, keep them out of the cars and build the infrastructure that they need. They will come. But get it done through small steps, but you need a bigger picture as a city. What is the city that you want? Next. Yeah, I think this is almost third last slide. So we have to have a just transition, because people, the slide before please, people have different socio-economic classes, and as the world changes and is very aggressive and desperate to have climate resilient solutions for mobility, we might affect some social classes. So the just transition is very important, and the small steps is the best way to ensure that it's just. So transiting small steps like having car-free zones, allowing informal systems to operate, updating them in their small capacity, maybe to have them electrified, is something that we need to consider so that we don't shock the social system in the city. And the next one is about how we need to...
You're going to have to wrap up shortly. Sorry to bother you.
No, it's let's go to the next one, please. It's almost there.
Perfect.
The next one. All right. Yeah. So that is a picture that is showing you the road space usage. And On the left, you can see that the Global South, we are still really lucky. We don't have the third option yet operating very well, but we have the last option, the cars growing, and would like to maintain the first two so that we can ensure that we have multimodality in a meaningful sense. The second last, I think. Second last slide. Yeah, this is the approach we have to use. Have the combination of the software, the organizational cooperation, and infrastructure. But infrastructure alone will not help. People have to be sensitized, and they should not be forced into systems, but actually they should appreciate. And lastly, I think we should be bold enough. That's the last slide, coming next. We should be bold enough as leaders, as citizens, to seek prioritization in investing in efficient and people-friendly modes of transport, because they will pay us off in the long term and even in the short term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Let me now welcome the two speakers on the next subtopic, which is energy and resource efficiency in the transport sector. I now invite Ms. Carla Cervantes Baron, the Research Associate in the Climate Compatible Growth, Department of Engineering, the University of Cambridge, for her presentation virtually. Carla, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
We can, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thanks to the organizers for having me today. I'm very happy to be able to share some thoughts with you. I'll be discussing resource efficiency in the transport sector. Next slide, please. Yes, so resource efficiency refers to delivering energy and material services while reducing environmental impact. So we like to think of them as a definition of a process in a system that contains different energy and material inputs and their associated emissions. And they are going to then produce something useful out of it, which we actually want to deliver from a process. And then along the way, there will be losses. So we need to maximize this usefulness of the system. Next slide, please. So I don't need to convince you that electrifying vehicles and decarbonizing electricity will reduce emissions. We already know that, and this is an example of how much emissions can be reduced for a single medium-sized car from an internal combustion engine vehicle from 241 grams of CO2 equivalent up to 75 when we consider battery electric vehicles. Click next, please. Yes. However, that's not the full picture when we need to think of electrifying transport. There are certain materials that are involved in making these medium-sized vehicles. And as we move to electric ones, the amounts of materials are growing. It doesn't mean the emissions overall are, but the amounts of materials are growing. Next slide, please. So what is the problem when we think of materials in this context? Well, we are using bigger cars. This slide on the left has an image of the UK vehicle size segment by market share growing over time, where we see that there are more vehicles that tend to be on the larger scale being used as we go into recent decades or recent years. And this is the same for the global. Sorry, I seem to have gotten muted. I don't know if you had the same problem. Anyway, so there are a lot of SUVs that have been used more over time. In the image on the right, I have the share of SUVs on the right and the million vehicles on the left, where we see that the share of SUVs has grown from 9% in 2010 to 31% in 2022, which means having 330 million SUVs on the road that year. So this is a lot. And what happens? Next slide, please. Bigger cars, of course, mean using more resources, more emissions, and more space. So this happens even if the cars are electric vehicles. So as an example of some numbers...
Carla, can you hold on for a second, please? Something happened in the presentation. Oh, okay. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So as you see, for the types of cars I was discussing earlier, the internal combustion engine, a medium car will be, 1.5 tons almost. But if we think of a large SUV, which is the way things are looking like, we have about 2.5 tons that are needed in terms of materials. And then if we think of the electric vehicles, again, about 1.9 tons for a medium car, but as we grow, as we make the cars bigger and use SUVs, it's about 3 tons for a single car. Click next, please. So let's make a simple exercise. Let's think of the 330 million SUVs that we saw on the slide before. And let's think, okay, well, let's make them all the 3-ton electric SUVs that we have here. And what does that mean for materials? We have 990 tons that we're putting out on the stock. Next, please. However, if we thought of having medium cars instead of SUVs, so 1.9 tons for every electric car of a medium size, we have 627 tons of material. Next, please. That means using 57% more material in this weird example where we do all the transition to SUVs to electric cars. Sorry, from medium cars to SUVs. So we really need smaller cars at the end of the day to make this work. Next slide, please.
Carla, you have two more minutes. Please try to wrap up.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you. So what alternatives are there? We have circular economy principles that help us think of systems in terms of reducing primary production of materials that go into the system. Then we can think of handling the active stock by enabling recycling and reusing materials, and then managing the waste appropriately so that the least amount goes to landfill. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide, please. So I have here a few alternatives. We have alternatives for primary production, where we think of design innovations, vehicle attributes, and using low carbon materials, which can help. As an example, I have here the way that a car part can be designed differently. In this case, the frame of a car, where a company made by some former colleagues at Cambridge has found a way to reduce the waste steel in the manufacturing process. We also have, on the other hand, measures on the stock. So things we've heard today already about infrastructure for cars and low carbon transport. But we also need to reduce the number of cars that we are using, for example. And then there's waste management. So we use things for longer and then reuse, recycle. Yes, next slide, please. Of course, different countries will need different solutions, and I invite you all to think about what existing and new infrastructure there is, and what existing and new fleets there are, so that we can achieve the transition. And this is my last slide. So the next one is the thank you slide. Thanks so much. Please get in touch if you have any comments.
Thank you, Carla, for your presentation. I now invite Mr. Johan Falk, the CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiatives, who will also join us virtually. Johan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, co-chairs and everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we hear you clearly. Just hold on for 1 second until the presentation shows up. Just one second, please. Secretariat, can we have the next presentation?
Thank you. That's correct. I'll talk about the great opportunity to halve transport emissions by 2030 by scaling up solutions and making it a race to the top. I'm Johan Falk, heading up the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Next slide, please. Science was clear already 2017 that we had to halve emissions every decade to keep global warming close to 1.5 to reduce the risk of irreversible tipping points and the future of humanity. We're not on track, as you can see, but the opportunity to halve transport emissions still exists. Next slide, please. As we heard, more than 16% of the global GHG emissions comes from transport, 75% of these from road, most are short distance. But apart from damaging climate, our current transport systems is also devastating for people's health. Air pollution is causing the death of 7 million people per year and influence all major causes of death. Next slide, please. But the latest IPCC report and our own exponential roadmap does conclude that we have the solutions at hand. We can shift short distance travel to more bikes, public transport, electrical shared vehicles. We can use virtual meetings to avoid unnecessary travel, as we've seen during the pandemic. And the solutions are at lower cost than existing in many cases. We do need to apply several solutions in parallel. There is not one silver bullet. Solutions need to scale exponentially. Next slide, please. Scaling of solutions normally follow S-curves. These are perceived slow in the beginning, suddenly they take off and grow incredibly fast. The electrical vehicle market is seeing that exponential growth. Although most forecasts have been linear. And today, Norway is at 90% new sales, Sweden 60%. The sales of EVs in Thailand and Indonesia tripled in 2022 in just 1 year. We passed the global tipping point of 14% last year from less than 5% in 2020. Next slide, please. We will reach around 18% of global sales this year if we follow business as usual, which is exponential. That will take us to 80 to 90% by 2030, and that is achievable. And this rapid shift will also drive economies of scale for key technologies such as batteries, which drives the electrification of light and heavy trucks as well close to its tipping point. Next slide, please. But to reach net zero, it's not enough to electrify cars. We will reinvent the entire value chain. In the supply chain, we must build, as we heard, lighter cars. We must do it with recirculated material, fossil-free steel, batteries. Billions of dollars in investments are now going into these technologies with this purpose of rapid launch and driving economies of scale. But we also need to run electrical cars on clean energy. The good news is that clean energy is also on an exponential path and has become the cheapest form of energy. 1.5 times more is now invested in clean energy compared to fossil energy. But even that isn't sufficient. Cars are parked 95% of the time, which is a massive waste of material and space in cities, and they can't be shared. And a lot of innovation is happening. We can expect breakthroughs, and there is an opportunity to make the shift to bikes, public transport wherever possible, and move towards mobility as service next. So if we combine these solutions, we can cut over time 90% of the emissions in the personal transportation value chain, provide personal mobility which could be scalable to all people on the planet. Next slides. And cities is where the action is happening. And cities are crucial in driving this rapid transformation. So let me take 3 examples of cities in the front line, cities which are leading the way and inspire others to follow. Bogota, as you can see on the slide, the capital of Colombia, declared climate emergency 2020 and has set a target to cut emissions by 50% 2030. It's shifting towards electrical buses, car-free lanes, bikes, and sharing schemes. The second example is Oslo, with the goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 95% 2030. And the goal is to achieve zero-emission cars, public, good transports on zero emissions and promote cycling. And 24 all public transport systems will be electrified. And finally, my own hometown, which is Stockholm, just announced a low emission zone, which will start next year. It will allow only vehicles that run on electricity or biogas within the inner circle of Stockholm, which will help drive down the air pollutants. So to conclude, the opportunities to halve emissions in transport 2030 by scaling up the solutions through leading cities. That requires the combination of solutions, which is scaling, behavioral change, which we know is possible, but it also requires smart policies. And it's important that these policies are fair and just and do not unfairly hit people with lower income. And we must do our utmost to remove the blocking policies such as fossil subsidies. We need massive investments in charging infrastructure and private public investments in the new technologies to take us to the second and third halving. And this shall drive just economic growth, save millions of lives, and improve people's prosperity. It will provide clean air, which should be considered a vital part of the living standards as set out in the UN Declaration of Human Rights and the Sustainable Development Goals. So it is not a matter of sharing burdens. It will and shall become a race to the top where cities and countries positively compete to take a leading position. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Johan. The next subtopic is electrification of vehicles, and I would now like to invite Mrs. Anvita Aurora, Program Director on Transport and Infrastructure at CAPSARC, for her presentation. The floor is yours, Anvita.
Thank you very much to the co-chairs, and hello everybody. When we start talking about transportation planning 101 is that transportation is a derived demand. And it's extremely important that we start when we start addressing emissions in transportation sector, we start with the idea of avoid. We travel because we need to travel. Can we travel shorter distances by designing cities which have mixed land use and higher densities so that we travel shorter distances? Can we shift to more sustainable modes like public transport and non-motorized transport, as we've talked earlier? And in the last, once we've done all of that, the avoid, the shift, then we come to technologies and improving technologies in terms of both vehicle design, operational efficiencies, and the kind of powertrains. So electrification comes last, after we have tackled all of those other issues in transportation systems. Even when we are looking at electrification of transport, there is an ecosystem perspective that we need to look at. We need to look at what is the electric grid capacity and what is it being charged with, the charging infrastructure, the availability of minerals, is it affordable? Do we have accessible mobility to everybody? Is it integrated with all the energy systems? So also, I think it's extremely important to understand that whenever governments are spending money on electrification or improving of technology, it is not standing against the other policies that the government may have. For example, subsidizing subsidizing electrification of cars is subsidizing private car ownership. Giving charging infrastructure can be giving free parking to cars. And in the developing countries, that is not the best way to take sustainable mobility forward. So a broader strategy is always needed when we talk of electrification of transportation systems, where we need to look at life cycle analysis, a circular economy perspective, where we are looking at battery recycling and other issues also. And so we want to look at beyond the tailpipe emissions. So right now, the way EV policies are going in most countries, it is leading to increased car use, and often it is the second car, which is the electric car. It is ignoring demand reduction policies, which are the more critical, and it is also neglecting some of the negative externalities. For example, a recent report that I read that because of the higher weight of electric vehicles, the microplastics from the tires are far more from electric cars than ICE cars. So there are all sorts of negative externalities which need to be internalized. It is extremely important also to look at, when we are talking of carbon dioxide reduction or GHG emission reduction, to look at it on a per capita basis or a per passenger basis. And that makes the case for focusing first to moving from cars to buses before focusing on moving from ICE to EV cars. And subsidizing ownership of electric cars is a very, very expensive way to reduce CO2 per passenger kilometer, and not every developing country can afford that. We also have to see that there are some broader issues there. For example, giving a car parking, the size of a car park is 3 by 5 meters, which is often the size of a home for a family of 5 in a developing country. And if you give electricity to that car park, it is electricity that could have been given to a home. So the conflicting priorities need to be taken care of. Coming to critical minerals and metals, some of the other speakers have talked about it. All of the energy transition requires critical minerals. So when we are looking at critical minerals for electrification of transportation, what is the opportunity cost in terms of looking at critical minerals for other aspects of energy transition in the electricity grids? And critical minerals, especially for electric cars, is not just the battery. We have to keep in mind that the minerals and metals are in all parts of the car. So just to highlight that the decarbonization pathways need to be country-specific and have to look at a very life cycle oriented approach, a well-to-wheel kind of approach towards looking at decarbonization. And we have to incentivize whatever is the powertrain at that point of time in that country, in that context, which has the lowest GHGs. And that thought can be revisited again and again, but the cities have to define and incentivize whatever reduces emissions, not particularly looking at technologies. In many countries right now, and that is, I think, the right way to look at electrification of transport, we are looking at electrifying public transport, and that is an important thing. Also, electrification of micromobility is the other aspect which is important. So just to conclude, I think we need to take a step-by-step approach for just transition when we look at electrification. The first important thing is to look at a life cycle analysis-based approach to establish the low GHG pathways for each countries. We need to look at competing priorities, and so always have the broader picture in mind. This is implemented at the city level. The cities can't look at one policy at the cost of another policy. So you have to put the whole ecosystem of things in mind. Then if we have to electrify, then electrification of mass transit should be the highest priorities, so that both the improve goals and the shift goals and the avoid goals, they all go together, and we provide affordable mobility to everybody in the city. And after mass transit, the next thing to do would be to look at shared mobility. I think it is important to see how we can control the load of on the grid, how we can integrate renewables as a part of the charging infrastructure, and we control where and when the charging happens. So electrification of mass transit and electrification of shared mobility would be the path forward if we look at electrification in transportation systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anvita. Anvita, you made Marusha from Slokat very happy. She will speak on day 2 by borrowing the graph from the Avoid, Shift, Improve framework. I will now like to invite Mrs. Elizabeth Connolly, lead global on the EV outlook from the International Energy Agency, for her presentation. The floor is yours, Elizabeth.
Great, and I appreciate the invitation to speak today. This actually marks the 10th anniversary of the first global EV Outlook report that the IEA produces as part of our coordinating role of the Electric Vehicles Initiative under the Clean Energy Ministerial. And so the goal of the Global EV Outlook is really to track progress of EVs each year. And so I'm excited to show today the progress of one of kind of the most dynamic technologies for the clean energy transition. And so back in 2013, for the first Global EV Outlook, the share of electric car sales was less than 0.5%. But in 2022, we've seen a big increase in electric car sales, up 55% from the previous year, reaching over 10 million electric car sales. In terms of car markets, so overall car markets, China, Europe, and the US represent over 60% of global car sales, and they also happen to be the largest electric car markets. And so all of this to say that, what happens in these three markets does have implications for countries around the world in terms of the technology progress and cost reductions. You can see China is responsible for the highest level of electric car sales, so some 60% of electric car sales last year were in China, with the sales share of electric cars in the country reaching almost 30%. And today, half of electric cars are on Chinese roads. Europe is the second largest market, and we saw last year an increase of 15% in terms of electric car sales, where now 1 in 5 of every car sales is electric in Europe. The US is the third largest electric car market, but last year the increase was around 55%, reaching around 8% of sales shares. Looking forward, for this year, we're already seeing strong continued growth. In the first half of 2023, we saw an increase of 40%, and our expectation is that electric car sales will reach around 14 million in sales this year, constituting 18% of global car sales. In emerging markets, sales of electric cars remain generally low. Electric cars tend to be expensive for consumers there, and in general, motorcycles are a more prevalent means of transport. And so, for example, in India, the top EV country by revenue is actually Ola, which doesn't yet sell cars, but only focuses on electric two-wheelers. Despite that, we saw a boom last year in electric car sales in India, Indonesia, and Thailand. In India, 90% of this was led by domestic automaker Tata, while on the other hand, in Indonesia and Thailand, a decent amount of this increase can be explained by Chinese car makers entering the market there with fairly cheap, affordable models. And so we expect to see continuing increases in sales in these countries. All three have put into place support schemes for electric vehicles, such as India's production-linked incentive scheme. Elsewhere, sales remain relatively low, but there are interesting trends to watch in Latin America, for example, Brazil, Chile, and Mexico, as well as Southeast Asia. Though again, in most cases, electric or motorcycle electrification is quicker and really an interesting trend to watch there. So, as I mentioned, it's important to look beyond just the electrification of cars. So 35% of road transport CO2 emissions come from heavy-duty vehicles like buses and trucks. And then in some Asian countries like Vietnam and Indonesia, 2- and 3-wheelers consume as much gasoline as cars do. So transport electrification in these modes will be needed to help achieve net zero emissions by 2050. We see that 2- and 3-wheelers, as for cars, are kind of at this mass market stage, above 15% market share globally. And for buses, we are now approaching around 5% of a global market share, and this is encouraging because I think we're really entering a phase of early market adoption where there's really strong support at local level. And we're seeing, in some European countries, electric buses are quite well established. I think in Finland, half of all buses sold, or around 2/3 of all buses sold last year were electric. But the next frontier for electrification is really medium and heavy-duty trucks. China is leading in electric truck sales in 2022 with around 50,000 or 52,000 sold last year, about 85% of global sales. And I think, as you can see, China's really leading in a lot of these modes, and I think from the Chinese story, we can see that strong policy support, significant involvement from subnational levels of government, such as the province and city level, and the right mix of incentives can really help push electrification. Okay, these things are a bit overlapping, so I think it's going to be hard to see exactly, but the point I wanted to make on this slide is that the public charging infrastructure for cars is keeping pace with electric vehicle sales, and so even though most charging takes place at home, public chargers are really important to, allow adoption in places where private home charging might not be available. So last year we saw a 55% increase in public chargers, again, keeping pace with electric car sales. In China, where, as I mentioned, we have 50% of electric cars on the road, there's actually 2/3 of the public chargers, and I think this has to do with the fact that in Chinese cities and dense urban areas in general, home charging is limited. And in the background, the point is trying to show that the number of charging points available per EV can really vary a lot by country. So the global average, there are around 10 electric light-duty vehicles per charger, but this spans from Korea with about 2 electric vehicles per charger all the way to New Zealand with around 100 EVs per charger. And here I'm not trying to kind of say what's right and wrong. I think national circumstances mean that there are different kind of numbers that can be right for the number of chargers per EV. But I think this is one metric that governments can look at when trying to decide their strategies. Another metric that's important to consider also, though, is the charging capacity or power per EV. And this is meant to kind of reflect that, if you have a fast charger, you can charge more vehicles per day. So that's another metric that governments need to consider when planning their EV strategies and charging strategies. Oh, here we go. Looking at battery prices and mineral prices, so from 2021 to kind of mid-2022, we saw a pretty large increase in some of the battery metals. And in fact, what this resulted in is in 2022, this was the first year that we saw an increase in average EV battery prices. Though you can see it's still, just a fraction of what it was in years prior. But I think all of this is to, show that battery metal prices do have an impact on kind of the affordabilities of EVs. But looking at different types of battery chemistries, and apologies for the acronyms, but the point of the right-hand figure is just to show that metal prices have a different impact based on the different chemistries of the battery being used. And so looking at this slide, this is just kind of the idea showing that different battery chemistries contain different amounts of these minerals, which is why the prices impacts vary. And what we've seen is flexibility in manufacturing and the kind of choice in battery chemistries. And so nickel, cobalt, lithium, nickel, cobalt, NCA at the top was a really, kind of the predominant battery chemistry a few years ago. But as prices increased, the chemistry share dropped, and we've actually seen an increase in LFP batteries, lithium iron phosphate batteries, as a kind of more affordable option, even though they have a lower energy density. And then this year, we're actually seeing sodium ion come more on the scene in China specifically. Again, it has a low energy density, but it probably means it's best for low-range, cost-effective vehicles, which is exciting. And then I'll show just one last slide, trying to kind of look forward. So battery supply chains are, of course, a concern for electric vehicles, but I wanted to end on kind of a good note that battery announcements from manufacturers show that there could be a 4-fold increase just to 2030, and this is really kind of keeping track with the pace of electrification that the IEA projects is needed to this time frame. So with that, I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Our last subtopic for presentations is shifting to low or zero carbon fuels. I now invite Mr. Gurbuz Gunol, Director of the Country Engagement and Partnership at IRENA. Gurbuz, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, dear colleagues. I'm very pleased to provide you IRENA's perspective on the shift to low to zero carbon transport to accelerate the energy transition aligned with the 1.5-degree goal. The transport sector accounts for about 30% of global energy consumption, and is responsible for close to a quarter of global energy-related emissions due to the heavy reliance on fossil fuels. Therefore, it's crucial to advance towards a zero-carbon transport with renewables providing a large share of solutions. Although shipping and aviation do not fall under the UNFCCC process, they are critical sectors for overall mitigation ambition, and I will only refer to them to the extent relevant to the fuels of road transport. All right. IRENA's analysis suggests that low and zero carbon fuels would play an important role in transport sector decarbonization towards 2050, while transport would see accelerated electrification and an associated deployment of charging infrastructure in the coming decades. Electric vehicles would account for a large part of all road transport activity by mid-century, implying close to a third of all light-duty vehicles and a fifth of trucks becoming electric over the current decade. And today, the use of modern biomass accounts only for 1% in the global energy consumption, and the share of green hydrogen and its derivatives are still marginal today. But they would offer a solution to transport needs that are hard to meet through direct electrification especially. The low and zero carbon fuels have potential to decarbonize the transport sector. As per our analysis, clean fuels, including liquid biofuel, hydrogen, synthetic kerosene, green ammonia, and methanol, will contribute to the emissions reduction in the transport sector towards 2050 as complementary to electric mobility, especially for the road transport sector. Despite the vast potential, today the use of biofuels, hydrogen, and synthetic fuels in the transport sector is extremely limited. Biofuels accounted for only 4% of transport energy consumption in 2020, while green hydrogen and synthetic fuels are negligibly low. Let's look at how countries captured transport decarbonization in their NDCs. 724 transport sector mitigation actions are included in the second generation NDCs. Around 3% of those actions are biofuel-related measures, and 1.1 are hydrogen-related. And limited number of NDCs mentioned biofuels and hydrogen as alternative fuels to decarbonize transport sector. Especially unexpectedly, large part of plant decarbonization actions relies on electrification through e-mobility. While electric mobility will play a bigger role in road transport for passenger vehicles, low and zero carbon fuels have an important role in heavy-duty road transport, as well as aviation and shipping. The heavy-duty road freight, heavy trucks on long-haul trips generate most of the road freight CO2 emissions. Road freight accounts for more than 50% of those emissions within global trade-related transport. There is an opportunity to scale up the use of biofuels. Renewable diesel, notably hydrotreated vegetable oil, has higher compatibility with conventional engines than biodiesel and can be used as drop-in fuel. And blending mandates or targets would help the adoption of these fuels, as we see in many countries, increasing number of countries. Bioenergy in road transport will face competition from shipping and aviation sectors. The aviation sector currently relies on high energy density jet fuels. Biofuels and synthetic aviation fuels, especially e-kerosene, produced from green hydrogen, are expected to replace the fossil fuels to decarbonize the aviation sector. Decarbonization of shipping sector is trending towards bio-LNG and green methanol, with green ammonia picking up later, possibly after 2030. Let me quickly go through the pros and cons of different low and zero carbon fuel options. Biofuels and bio-LNG can be used flexibly in the current infrastructure as drop-in fuels. Biojet is the most reliable fuel to decarbonize aviation. Still, biofuels have challenges of scalability, particularly because of the availability of biomass feedstock and potential sustainability risks with bioenergy use necessitate the certification and traceability of origins. Green hydrogen is a zero-carbon fuel, but its high cost in production and storage makes it challenging to scale up. Low energy density is also an aspect which lowers the potential of the future direct use of hydrogen.
Gurbuz, we have 2 minutes, please.
To address the challenges, supportive policies must be devised to support the process of replacing fossil fuels with low and zero carbon alternatives. A long-term strategy integrating road transport, aviation, and shipping can ensure the confidence of investors, producers, and users. Specific support policies need to be followed to translate strategies into actions. Low and zero carbon fuels for transport sector will mature at different paces. Road transport will account for most use of the low and zero carbon fuels until 2030, but aviation and maritime sectors are expected to expand the consumption of such fuels towards 2050. Technological investments in the next 2 decades will accelerate growth in next advanced biofuels and e-fuels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gurbuz, for sticking to the time. I now invite Mr. Ahmed Amir, the Chief Technologist, Fuel Technology Division in the Research and Development Center at Aramco. Amir, you have the floor.
And good morning, everyone. Thanks you for the introduction and for being here. I'm glad to share my views today. So my colleague talked a little bit about the opportunities behind synthetic e-fuels, and I'll try to delve a little bit on the technical aspects that will enable this and make this a more of a realistic solution into the future. So let me just try to set the scene here and give you an idea about what's going on. So we have this dichotomy, which really is centered around the need for more transport energy, but at the same time, we need to do that with less emissions. The fact is energy demand, and of course, the outcome, which is the greenhouse gas emissions, are going to increase significantly over the coming decades. And this is, a result of population growth, but also the GDP growth that is taking place in emerging market countries, especially the non-OECD countries. So one key thing that is relevant to this topic is the legacy fleet. Today, we have about, I would say, maybe about 1.5 billion cars and about 500 million trucks. By 2040, the number is going to grow significantly to about 2 billion cars and about 0.8 billion trucks. The lifespan of these vehicles ranges anywhere between 12 to 20 years. In some countries, it's low. Other countries, it's very high, including some parts of Europe. And some of these vehicles typically find their way to other markets, so they have a second life. So the idea here is that the solutions that we sometimes are geared to think about is about propulsion systems. What I'm suggesting here is that we need to expand that view to include the fuel into the equation. More specifically, when we talk about synthetic e-fuels, these are fuels that are made through a synthetic process that uses renewable energy to essentially combine CO2 and hydrogen. So you have an electrolysis process, and you also have a CO2 sourcing that can either directly come from air capture, or it can come from point sources. I call the intermediate products, where you have to go, in some cases through some chemical processes like reverse water gas shift and essentially some hydrogenation of molecules, all the way to, essentially going through, methanol to jet or diesel or gasoline. All of these technologies will produce essentially some energy carriers. These energy carriers can be thought of as opportunities where the further processing can take in various places. So part of the process can be carried in one place, and then the rest of the process can be carried out in other places. The nice thing about these fuels is that, first of all, they're quite sustainable. The fact is they can produce, significant CO2 reduction. Some people have been talking about even 80 to 90% CO2 reduction. That's quite significant. The other beauty, associated with these products is that they're compatible with existing fleets when we talk about fuels. So there is no need to update the existing fueling infrastructure or make changes to the car before you put these fuels in. So these are true drop-ins. In a sense, they're also complementary to other fuels, whether they're biofuels and so on. There is also opportunities for scalability, and essentially, the opportunity really lies, is due to the fact that these are proven technologies, in the sense that you have multiple technology building blocks that are mature and that can be essentially, used to be combined together to make these kinds of fuels. Again, these fuels are energy dense. Energy density when it comes to fuel is very important to make sure that you can transport these fuels not from one location to the other, but as I mentioned earlier, potentially around the world. And in a way, they will enable further electrification. In essence, instead of electrifying your car, now you're electrifying your fuel on board that car. So how could this become a reality? There is already a push for sustainable aviation fuels that are coming from the aviation sector because the policy mandate is already there. And this will trigger, the adoption and the uptake of these kinds of fuels. So you can think of opportunities where you have synthetic fuels that are, synthesized from CO2 and hydrogen, and you create multiple building blocks. You can look into significant value chain optimization, because let's face it, these fuels are quite expensive. So there is great opportunity with scale up and learning where you can reduce the CapEx, but also opportunities for reducing the operating expense. So there are opportunities.
We have 2 minutes, please, Tor.
Okay.
Thank you.
So essentially, blending is also another opportunity for these kinds of fuels. This is a quick example that shows that blending fuels with existing gasoline, in this case for a Chinese market, will enable you to reach a peak earlier in greenhouse gas emission, but also the area under the curve is also less. This is very critical. So you can achieve less emissions and you can achieve an earlier peak. Life cycle analysis is very critical. A couple of my colleagues talked about. I don't need to elaborate too much given the time constraint. The one thing that I want to point out on this graph is the fact that the cost is region dependent. There are many areas where they're quite blessed with significant solar and wind energy, so the combined capacity factor for these fuels can be very high. And this is an opportunity where, the earlier or the intermediate products can be made in these parts of the world and then exported. And lastly, just highlighting that e-fuels produced hybrid renewable energy, which is again the high combined capacity factor, are really opportunities, and they can be very competitive to alternative technologies. And I'll draw your attention to the last bullet points where, and these are the last things that I will talk about today, is that the difference in overall efficiency is about 2.4 between a BEV and a hybrid vehicle. This difference goes down to about 1.7, essentially, if renewables are sourced from North Africa, for example, which, again, stressing the point that fuels produced in areas with abundant renewable energy will be less expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Amer. Thank you very much to all the experts for sharing your insights with us. So I will ask you all to keep all this information in your head, move very slowly. I've noticed many of you taking pictures, which is great, always a good sign. And now I would like to move to the next session, which is the World Café. So I'll give you instructions for how the next session will plan out, and then we'll have the breakout groups when we can come back to these 4 topics. So the World Café session aims to provide a space for more focused interactions between experts and smaller groups of participants around tables. So you're already sitting at tables, and we'll use the same ones. For this purpose, we've prepared 4 tables for each of the 4 guiding questions. So you have 16 tables in total in this room, in this atrium. The guiding questions and the list of facilitators, for the World Café are on the screen now. So previously you could see the setup of the various groups, and each group has a distinct question, and it is allocated a set of facilitators. Each question will be discussed in a group of 4 tables, and participants have the opportunity to join 2 of the groups today to discuss 2 of the questions. And tomorrow, there will be an opportunity to discuss the remaining questions. Each World Café round will run approximately for 45 minutes. Facilitator's role is to keep time and take notes of the discussion to report back later. During the World Café, please note that the microphone is provided for recording purposes. So the voice will not be amplified, but please use the microphone because this is to help accurate note-taking and keep it close to your mouth. Please kindly note that the World Café is an in-person only session due to technical and logistical constraints. But we encourage all participants to engage in a conversation and a dialogue with one another. The outcome of this work program rests on your active participation. So we're looking forward to the focused exchange of views, information, and ideas. We'll now have a short break of 10 minutes. And after the break, we will start the World Café, then have a lunch break, after which there will be the breakout workshop. So now let's have a few minutes break. Thank you very much, everyone. parties, practitioners, finance providers, technology providers, and the private sector to address challenges and reflect the best available science for effective climate action and policy making. This global dialogue is aiming to provide a safe space for discussions, to learn from one another on concrete mitigation action opportunities,
Go ahead first. Yeah, I can. Please start on the
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everybody had a good lunch. I know I did. So welcome to this breakout workshop, which is associated with essentially low or zero carbon fuels. Of course, you know, the biggest thing that we want to look at is challenges, opportunities, as well as solutions, potential solutions that we will really frame around that. So essentially, what are the opportunities, best practices, and most importantly, I think, actionable actions for a just energy transition in the transport sector? There is quite a few things like, you know, modal transport, there is energy and resource efficiency, there is electrification of vehicles, but also there is low carbon, low or zero carbon fuels. And then the other question is what effective policies and measures you know, that can be implemented from a global perspective, and what are those, if we look at them from a country-specific perspective, how do they look like with respect to each subtopic that we're looking at? And then looking at the financial, technological, and capacity building associated with each of these solutions, and the issues associated with internal cooperation, including with non-party stakeholders, and provision for support to developing countries that we are potentially going to address as well. And then how is sustainable development promoted, and what are the socioeconomic effects under each of the respective subtopics? Quite a big agenda, I think, many topics here. I think this will be a great opportunity for us to hone in on a number of solutions that make a lot of sense, that touch on the technology, touch on the policy, as well as the implementation and finance associated with that. So with that, I'll open the floor for you know, everyone around this, in this atrium here, to voice views and opinions about any of these subtopics. So we have the gentleman on the right-hand side, my right-hand side, with the mic. Would like everybody, you know, if you want to speak, to raise the flag, and we will come to you with a mic. Okay, a suggestion to basically start calling up on people to speak out. So maybe we start from the right-hand side, just alphabetically. Maybe if Algeria, if you have any specific thoughts on this just transition, some of the potential solutions and associated implications as highlighted on the question, in the questions on the screen. I'm sorry. I already asked them. Okay. All right, so we'll start with Belgium.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah. Thank you, and happy to try to break the ice. And from the outset, I would like to thank, as this is my first intervention, to thank the co-chairs and the UAE, the incoming co-presidency, for really a great organization and a very interesting discussion, and also the presenters for very, very informative presentations we received this morning, and that gave us a good context and a lot of food for thought. I understand that we are discussing here the fourth topic. Is that the case? The fourth, yes. And yeah, let me maybe just also Belgium as a member state of the European Union give offer some initial considerations. We actually are of the view that this fuels, this set of solutions is let's say in the first place should be used where electrification is not available or not possible yet, and we see that these technologies are still in a very early stage of development and still have a very high cost, and we are of the view that we should focus on solutions with significant impact to scaling up the ambition and implementation in this critical decade. So we have only 7 years to go. And we should use those technologies where possible in the transport sector, where they have proven that they are cost efficient, and try to strengthen this transition. We are also concerned a bit that compressed natural gas was included in the subtopics of this workshop, because in our view, natural gas is not a zero or a low carbon fuel. But we see that these technologies, these fuels that are proposed here, offer like an alternative, particularly for these sectors where emissions are really hard to abate. And this is, in our view, in particular the case for the international aviation and shipping sector. And there, we think that sustainable biofuels or synthetic renewable fuels produced from biogenic or renewable sources are one of the most promising options. And it will be important to create stronger ambition for the shipping and aviation sector, and also enhance international cooperation to address the the emissions of international shipping and aviation, including through efforts that are being done in the ICAO, in the context of ICAO and IMO. So where electrification is not possible, we think it would be important to moving towards solutions and way forward. So for these sectors where electrification is not possible, to strongly invest in research and development, and to present and share cases in hard to abate transport system technologies and modes, and to create enabling conditions in the respective markets. At the EU level, we are also working on this, and we have introduced several policies to advance the deployment of low and zero emissions fuels where electrification is not feasible. And in particular, there is the EU Renewable Energy Directive that reinforces the regulatory framework for renewable energy use in transport, combined with a sub-target of 5.5% for advanced biofuels and renewable fuels of non-biological origin, including a minimum level of 1% for renewable fuels of non-biological origin. And also the EU included the aviation and maritime transport in the ETS sector, which gives an incentive to reduce emissions. And the fuel and EU maritime and refuel aviation regulation ensure that the greenhouse gas intensity in aviation and maritime will gradually decrease over time. And I would still like to add that one of the barriers and the risks, in particular from biofuels, is that there also can be important negative impact on land use and on biodiversity and on food security. And therefore, again, we should be careful in considering which avenue to choose to decarbonize the carbon sector. So thank you so much, and happy to have broken the ice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seems like the view is really to go about the right technology choice for the essentially for the right sector and for right application and at the right time. And hopefully that will be sort of, encompassed, or LCA would be part of that solution to make sure that you don't have unintended consequences and so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yes, sure. And we understand that for example, if you look at the lifetime of electric cars, the CO2 emitted per kilometer is significantly lower than with traditional fuels, for example. And of course, it's very good to look at the whole picture.
Agreed. Okay, Australia is next.
Thank you. That's a nice segue from Belgium there. In a previous life, we ran an alternative fuels conversion program that was converting vehicles from diesel to CNG and LNG. Once we got the right testing procedures involved, we realised that moving away from diesel was a pretty stupid idea from a greenhouse perspective, because the CNG and LNG vehicles either were less fuel efficient and therefore produced worse greenhouse outcomes, or in the case of the dual fuel compressor ignition, the amount of unburnt methane or methane slip through the system rendered the fuel a relatively high CO2e fuel. I guess the experience with this, and especially in the context of the transition towards hydrogen and hydrogen-derived fuels, is that we needed some sort of system, similar to what the EU has, to actually guarantee what the carbon footprint of that fuel is through the system. So in Australia, for hydrogen and hydrogen-derived fuels, and hopefully hydrogen-derived products from that, we're setting up what's called a guarantee of origin system that tracks the emissions from the effectively cradle to grave for those, or cradle to gate at this stage, for these emissions. And the really good example for that is hydrogen. I can call hydrogen a low emission fuel or a low or zero emission fuel, but equally, depending on where my hydrogen comes from, it could be a very high emitting fuel. So I think we need to be very careful that when we're doing the transition from conventional fuels to alternative or low or zero carbon fuels, that we actually fully understand the implications of doing that from a climate change perspective. And I can't overstate that. That's a really, we've only got, 27 years to 2050, making 2 technology changes and realising the first time that you made the wrong technology change is both expensive and we don't have that much of a carbon budget to play with anymore. So thank you.
Thank you. So I guess making sure that we fully understand the unintended consequences associated with a change or a shift from a conventional fuel to alternatives, to make sure that we are not ending up actually producing more greenhouse gas emissions that will have more of a negative impact on climate. Again, if you have something to share, please flip your country badge. Any other? Switzerland? Yeah, on that side.
Yeah, thank you very much for facilitating this discussion. I have to say I have not so much to add as Belgium and Australia did already plant the field. So we have some blending rules in Switzerland on carbon fuels in road transportation and aviation, and but we have clear environmental standards for the quality of the zero carbon fuels that are used in this blending standard. So I think this is really important. Like Belgium stated, we are concerned with the negative impacts of scaling up fossil or zero carbon fuels. We believe that in Switzerland, electrification is the way to go in road transportation. Zero or low carbon fuels are the way to go in aviation, because of course this is harder to electrify or to have considered with hydrogen. So for us, I would say zero carbon fuels is mainly to help decarbonize the legacy fleet in road transportation for the next decade or so.
So yeah, the view is, electrification for cars, best fit for sustainable aviation fuel is aviation, and then low carbon fuels or synthetic fuels can really enable significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions with legacy fleets. Any view on that? Please go ahead, Australia.
I think you make a good point there. Australia runs some of the heaviest trucks in the world. We have triple and quad road trains that are pulling 140, 160 tonnes of product, and it's difficult to see how we can electrify them in any shorter time frame. And so we are going to need those fuels for those legacy applications, I suppose, rather than just legacy vehicles. The other issue with the heavy end of the market is that I think there's going to be a significant race, or race is probably the right word, for key feedstocks to feed those lowest carbon fuels. And so when we're looking at the decarbonisation of the transport sector, we need to first look, as you say, to electrify with renewable energy as far as possible up the chain, and then reserve perhaps or consider the best way for the economy forward as to how we deal with those e-fuels or low-carbon biofuel arrangements as well. So it's going to be almost a resource allocation, but yeah, quite agree with the other commentators to say that the best way to go is electrify where possible and then use these fuels for the remaining applications and remaining lifespan of the vehicles.
Okay.
Is it possible to intervene from online contributions?
Okay, so we have ITF, Orlando maybe, McCarthy, Orla.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Orla McCarthy from the International Transport Forum. I won't add too much to what's already been said. I would just echo the points about life cycle analysis and also add to consider evaluating potential technologies on the cost competitiveness basis without public subsidies. So in terms of taking that long-term view of what might be taken up by markets to consider after they've been stimulated how cost competitive they will be in the long term. That was my main contribution. Thank you.
Okay. Who else? Sylvian from France.
Yes, thank you very much. Not much to add also, but I would like to agree with what was said previously by Belgium, Switzerland, and Australia to say that for reasons of energy efficiency and resource availability, the French climate and energy strategy also systematically favors direct electrification. That is to say, the use of battery electric vehicles wherever possible as a means of the principal means of decarbonizing motor vehicles, with having the use of hydrogen and alternative fuels for modes of transport or uses that cannot be directly electrified. Because we also we see a lot of challenges for the development of low and or zero carbon fuels. Regarding hydrogen, there are obstacles in terms of availability of infrastructures, availability of electrolyzers, and also the cost of electricity, and therefore of hydrogen, because of the converting ratios that degrade the energy efficiency of this of the use of hydrogen. And regarding biofuels and biogas, there is a concern about the availability and mobilization of the biomass versus food production, and also the cost, the question of the cost for biogas in an inflationary context, and regarding e-fuels also on the price of electricity. So even if we support the development of these alternative fuels for the modes of transport like maritime transport or plane transport that are difficult to directly electrify, we see them as a secondary mean of decarbonizing the transport sector.
Okay. Any comment? Who's next? Saudi Arabia. Is it virtual?
Thank you, co-facilitator. I will speak now and then turn it to the expert virtually. So for low carbon and zero carbon fuels, they are the natural pathway for reducing emissions in the transport sector. But the progress is very slow, especially in developing countries. And each type of fuel is dealing with its own set of constraints and challenges. But it is important to put all of these on the table and again take a life cycle assessment-based approach to measure the real benefits of the alternative fuels. For gaps and challenges, this transition will be faced with economic, technological, and environmental obstacles. The current global transport infrastructure, is largely built around legacy systems that will require substantial investment to upgrade, especially for developing countries. In parts of the world that are not endowed with biofuel feedstock, biodiesel can cost 70% to 130% more than fossil fuels or fossil diesel. This means higher costs for industries and end user customers. In the case of biofuels, their negative impacts could cross over to high food prices because of diverted feedstock and therefore impact food security. Beyond higher costs and food security concerns, the impact on climate and nature should not be overlooked. A key concern here is that fuels is low energy density, especially in heavy-duty transport, which means with a higher amount of energy for transportation from the production site to the site of use. Again, the environmental impact, such as that biofuel crops have been shown to harm biodiversity and local species richness, especially in Asia and Central and South America. So a bottom-up approach and locally tailored policies that consider economic, social, environmental impacts of these low fuels is needed. And the important thing to remember is that any solution needs to account for equity and CBDR. We need to have a real conversation about how we can operationalize these principles and how we can reflect them in our actions. And I want to end by re-emphasizing the principles of this work program, as this is our first intervention. As stated in the decision, the work program shall be operationalized through focused exchange of views, information, and ideas, noting that the outcomes of the program will be non-prescriptive, non-punitive, facilitative, respectful of national sovereignty and national circumstances, take into account the nationally determined nature of naturally determined contributions, and will not impose new targets or goals. So this is an opportunity for us to highlight gaps, barriers, and best practices. And we know that the developing world faces many challenges and lacks capacity to implement innovative solutions, and that there is a dire need for support in the forms of means of implementation, capacity building, technology transfer, scaling up finance, and others. With that, I'll turn it over to the national expert online to give his insights.
Yes, thank you very much. I will just further add to the comments that have been presented. So, in addition to the challenges around biofuels and biomass derived fuels, there are organic feedstocks available globally for the production of low carbon fuels, primarily from waste. And more policies and technologies need to be supported for conversion of organic waste streams, either from agriculture, food, or other industrial streams, to be converted to low carbon fuels, as these can offer the clear reductions in carbon emissions. In addition, renewable fuels do have a role to play in deploying renewable energy from places with high solar and wind intensities to parts of the world with lower renewable energy availability. These low carbon fuels such as hydrogen, ammonia, methanol should not be neglected, and they will have a role to play provided they can be produced in a sustainable manner and with a low carbon footprint. In addition, we should not neglect that low carbon fuels, even derived from hydrocarbons with carbon capture and storage, can be viable, such as blue hydrogen, blue ammonia, as these can be rapidly deployed at scale and facilitate the energy transition. The point is we need to mitigate any methane and CO2 slip during the production of these low carbon fuels. The technologies are available. Many countries in the world already have excellent management of methane emissions. And if we follow these standards globally, when we deploy low carbon fuel production processes, we can mitigate emissions and make these fuels indeed have a lower carbon footprint across their entire life cycle. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other view? So anybody from the developing countries want to voice a view and share thoughts on the topic?
Perhaps we can also hear views of small islands, because they have very particular circumstances when it comes to bioenergy or energy transition in transport sector, if there are views. Comoros, here we go.
Thank you so much. I just want to share some ideas about the energy sector in Comoros. I think the government of Comoros must have a support to develop the renewable energy. For example, there we have an active volcano, and I think it will be among the best opportunity for Comoros to develop the renewable energy from the active volcano. Because until now we are using the fuel energy, but we are getting a problem of access the energy in Comoros. Thank you.
I think Comoros have been trying to develop geothermal resources for some time. I think there's obviously, I mean, the biggest problem for geothermal development in those small island countries is the market size. Small market size doesn't justify the development of geothermal or justify the costs. And there are very specific challenges. That's why I wanted to hear also from, for instance, Antigua, Barbuda, we have worked with them to develop a transport decarbonization plan. And they have a very high ambitions for e-mobility. I don't know what the situation is at the moment. I don't know if you have any feedback on that.
Thank you for that opportunity. I mean, I think with small island developing countries, I'm going to talk about some of the challenges and the opportunities. The reality is based upon size of the country, population density, I would say that we are low impactors and we get a lot of the effects of the global warming. So I think the opportunity for us is to be adapters, to leverage what is happening in the developing countries, and also to have a policy framework that will allow us to be able to get to where we need to get to relatively quickly. Where I see an opportunity is in the renewable energy sector, not necessarily specific to transport, but I think it plays an important part. Tourism is the main industry in a lot of these countries. They also sail out of Florida, they have a lot of emission. And if we can get to that sector, perhaps it's a low-hanging fruit with low carbon emission coming from the cruise ships. And also the yachting sector, large parts of the Caribbean, we have a lot of the yachts coming out from Europe, they burn a lot of fuel. And so if we're able to not necessarily get to the level in terms of the first stage, but to have significant reduction, perhaps even as a small developing country, we could develop best practices for those two particular sectors. So those are two opportunities that I see. The other thing, yes, the ambition is high, but we also have limited resource capabilities in terms of innovating, so we just really have to adapt. And I think the private sector also plays a very important part, especially in small developing countries, because government will set the policy framework and try to seek funding, but the public sector, and let me give you some private sector, let me give you some specific examples. So let's say in a place like the Bahamas, Antigua, we have all these large hotel plans, and they have standby generators do their own stuff. It's not directly related to transportation, but it's a part of the ecology. And if we're able to make some changes in those specific categories early, then those examples could be used as best practice in relation to what we're experiencing. One last and final point, not necessarily directly related. We observe that in many of the developed countries, the third world, for want of a better word, is basically used as a dumping ground for these cars that emit emission, and it's just the third world that they're coming to. I think we need to take a look at that, because we need all hands on deck, and we ought not to be shifting the challenges from one jurisdiction to the next. And to the degree that we can have some type of uniform legislation that says perhaps a car manufactured in the 1980s ought not to be sold domestically or internationally will help, and then will exert some pressures on those countries to innovate quicker and to assist small developing countries who will always be hamstrung by limited resources. But the ambition is there, and we feel the impact of what is happening globally, and that is why we want to take a lead, even by leading by example, even though we don't have the technology and the resources to be able to make a difference at this time.
We have Kenya.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, facilitator, for the floor. I just wanted to share a few comments with regards to the first question from the Kenyan perspective, and we appreciate the organizers of this event for inviting us to this country and for the hosts for the hospitality. As we had mentioned in the previous small groups where we were discussing this morning, that Kenya, in its National Climate Change Action Plan and NDC, have prioritized the transport sector as one of the sectors to be greened. And in that regard, we have committed to improving the non-motorized urban transport, especially in the congested cities, by creating the spaces and increasing the pricing of parking within the cities and improving electric mobility for the mass transport. And this, I think, for those who managed to come to the first Africa Climate Summit, which was in Kenya, the electric mobility system is improving, and the technology, we are having one or two local companies that are investing in the assembly and manufacturing of that. Of course, we have the challenge of the charging stations being widely spread out to encourage the use of electric mobility, but it is increasingly getting common in the country, especially for private vehicles and for the bus transport. Secondly, the country has also committed and launched a green hydrogen process for the strategy to invest in green hydrogen, and further also in improving of the rail system to do the mass logistic and bulk transportation for goods across the continent. As we know that Kenya is, together with the other East African countries that border the sea, the Indian Ocean, we are the entry point for goods into the hinterland of East and Central Africa, and therefore a lot of Previously, in the absence of very good standard gauge railway, a lot of those goods would move by road, and the improvement of the rail transport is shifting the logistic movement of bulky goods to the rail and reducing, even though it's fossil fuel powered, it is increasing in terms of efficiency. And then, of course, the investment in sustainable fuels for the aviation sector. Our national carrier was able to launch the first sustainable energy-fueled international flight, Nairobi, Amsterdam, and return, and of course locally through the subsidiary carrier, which is the Jumbo Jet for the domestic flights. And as being a member of the Corsair initiative, we are implementing phase 1 of that. But of course, with all these things in terms of low emission or zero carbon fuels, there are challenges in terms of finance. For that, of course, I've mentioned the technology for infrastructure for charging and the skill sets to be able to manage that. I think for most private players, when you try to promote the electric vehicle initiative, they tell you what will happen next when it breaks down. Are the mechanics trained well enough to be able to handle it? So that technology investment capacity building is required along the value chain to be able to give the incentive to take in the technology. Just similar like the solar lighting devices, the barrier has been the battery, so the same people are hesitant to take up these new technologies when they're not sure of maintenance skill set. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Argentina.
Hello. Thank you. To make a general reference to what we're doing nationally and touch on some of the points touched on by the question, I would like to first frame that what we're doing in Argentina right now is we have a national climate change cabinet to have a transversal view of climate change and how it's affecting all of our different ministries in all the different areas. Within that, we have a national climate change adaptation and mitigation plan. And under that, we're adopting other strategies to specific topics. And we've recently published our National Sustainable Transport Plan, our National Energy Transition to 2030 Plan, and a national strategy for the development of hydrogen economy. So I want to focus on these last three, obviously, starting with the transport. Now, our National Transport Plan is comprised of 3 sub-programs, and it's actually aligned with what we've heard in the presentations today, that there is no silver bullet, there is no one solution, no one size fits all. And what we see, so we have 3 programs to address 3 different things. The first one is the renewal and adapting our fleets of cars to natural gas. The second one is for the electrification of mobility. And the third one is to other new technologies like hydrogen, biofuels, etc. So we're addressing all 3 at once. Specifically in our case, in Argentina, we do have gas reserves that we're starting to exploit in mass. And for us, gas is a transition fuel. It's not a low emission fuel, but it is a transition fuel. And it's one of the resources we have in order to also stop importing energy, because we want to frame this always within the broader scope of sustainable development. As a developing country, we're dealing with different issues such as the eradication of poverty, which has actually been on the rise in Argentina, and we're always looking at the balance and our macroeconomic setting. So in that regard, it's absolutely crucial for us to be able to use the natural resources we have to build on that, to work on the other things as well. So it's not just that we're going to focus on gas, we're going to focus on electrification and other sources of fuel as well. For example, I know our Ministry of Environment and Agriculture is interested in biofuels as well, especially given our agriculture sector. Now, one of the key issues that we do face, I think this goes in line with the 4th and 5th, 3, 4, and 5 of the questions, is the issue of means of implementation. All of the strategies that we've designed, they all mention the fact that we need means of implementation. All of them reflect the reality of developing countries, which is that in many cases, without the necessary means of implementation from financial resources, technology transfer, or national capacities, we're not going to be able to achieve these goals. We can continue to set goals, but we're not going to be able to fulfill them without the necessary assistance. So, due to this, you find in our plans many references to, given the adequate sources of funding, we will, things like that. So in this way, we strive to having a just transition that is obviously going to be gradual, that recognizes CBDR, that recognizes equity in the different national circumstances and capacities of all of our countries. And to speak specifically to this issue of hydrogen, because we've been listening to our national strategy for hydrogen, it's one of the most recent strategies that we produced, and it was actually talking about, public-private sector. It came out in one of the World Cafés, the issues of public and private sector cooperation. We actually have a social and economic council, and this hydrogen plan was elaborated with its intervention. It brings together the private sector with the public sector, different areas of government, and as a federal country, it also brings in the provincial governments, because one of the issues of intra-governmental cooperation is obviously very key. So we're working on a strategic environmental assessment and to take into account what resources and capacities we do have already in Argentina, and building on that, how can we work towards low-emission hydrogen through either renewable sources, nuclear energy, carbon capture and storage, and so on. But I merely wanted to interject with these few points that I think do address some of these issues of these questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. We have Algeria.
Good morning, everybody. Today we will focus on energy transition. Transport system is to achieve lower GHG emission. There are various solutions based on national circumstances, available infrastructures, capabilities. The transition should take advantage of all sources, technologies, and approaches. I mean, mix of approaches to achieve sustainable and favorable transformation while addressing emission. Systemic e-fuel compatible with existing infrastructure, compatible with other existing fuel, so blending fuel and using in existing vehicle and station is an opportunity that we want to take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Those sitting in the back are lucky. I cannot see the country names. We have Bangladesh in the front.
Thank you, Facilitator, for giving me the floor. For ensuring just energy transition in transport sector in least developing countries, we need to consider, as you know, the special circumstances of LDCs in terms of finance, capacity building, technology transfer, and implementation. From our experience in Bangladesh, we see that public sector is most crucial, not the private sector, because from our experience, we have find that it is not the private sector, it is public sector who is reluctant to change. It is the public sector who is slow to adapt to new system. So we need to give more focus on public sector infrastructure, like for promoting public transport system, for creating a necessary infrastructure, for charging the electric vehicles and enabling the environment for low or zero emission transportation system, mostly from public funds. If we create the enabling environment, the private sector will follow accordingly and automatically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of the topics that we've discussed in the World Café, I mean, it was great during those discussions, was the peer-to-peer learning, because I think many countries highlighted the needs for capacity building, better understanding of technology, and how to improve the understanding and also learning about the best practices, because some countries already made headway with on different topics, and some others are just at the early stage of it. And how can we create that kind of peer-to-peer learning, government to government, or institution to institution support in promoting those topics, those subjects, better understanding of it by the countries. Any ideas, any views on that? Any views on any other thing? Just to give you an example on this peer-to-peer, because we have been working with some African countries, with private sector in fact, to provide capacity building on biofuels, for instance. And our ambition now, I mean, it's been like 6 countries already. Every round we work with 2 countries, and then creating an sort of an alumni network among those people who have gone through training, and then creating those platforms that this cross-country learning among them can be facilitated, can be promoted, that kind of structures. We have a few minutes left. And if anyone, Nigeria.
Thank you, co-facilitator and the chair. Thank the secretariat. Actually, let me first respond to the last speaker who said according to the circumstance. Let me give you an example of Nigeria. We have removed the subsidy, and it gives us a lot of opportunity at the same time, though there is also disadvantage of it. But if I take Lagos as an example, we have an effective transport system now, unlike before, where we have a congest. We have what we call BRT, that's public transport system that is effective. At the same time, we have rail transport, which was planned by the current president when he was a governor of Lagos State. Right now in Lagos State, we have Blue Zone, Greenstone, and Yellowstone rate system, which is effective, and it reduces a lot of cars on the road from island to mainland, which give it reduces the hours spending through the road transport system. Well, concerning the last question you just asked, effective collaboration and transfer of capacity building, energy transfer of energy is by way of collaborations, and the way you said that in 6 countries you've started with private sector. I believe if you go by the public sector, the government sector at the same time. Right now in Nigeria, we strengthen our institution. Initially, we have Department of Climate Change under the Federal Ministry of Environment. We will move to National Climate Change Policy now, which is more effective and is under the presidency, giving effectives, and there is no more bureaucracy between the minister, PAMSEC, and the director. So direct contact to the DG who is going to carry out the tax is happening right now. So we have effective institutional strengthening right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take Australia too.
Thank you. I just wanted to come in on your question about how we can facilitate peer-to-peer learning, with the suggestion of how we could do this within the UNFCCC system and actually within this mitigation work program. And that is through the organisation of regional dialogues, and including alongside regional climate weeks, which is a really good opportunity to have more focused and context-specific exchanges on mitigation trends and opportunities and challenges in different regions, with a range of stakeholders that have more specific expertise in that specific region and are more attuned to the context-specific opportunities and barriers. So just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think with this, we can close the conversation. So this was about the shift to low and zero carbon fuels. I think you'll have the other important dimensions of decarbonization, energy efficiency, electric mobility, and transport modes in the subsequent sessions. So with this, I would like to close the discussion. I don't know if Amir or my colleagues have anything to add at closing. All right.
Just have one announcement. You will need a separate badge for entrance to the IFE, the Investment Focus event on 17th, and those badges are now available at the registration desk. So you could collect it this evening or tomorrow morning because the registration desk will close by midday tomorrow. So I encourage everyone who's registered for the IFE to please collect their badges from the registration desk. Thank you.
in terms of like trade of second-hand EVs, I think it hasn't really started, but it's something that everyone's wondering how's that going to look, who's going to, I guess, be responsible for this part of China. We did, at least in my first cafe session, someone brought that up. I was saying, how do we make sure chargers work for all these different types of vehicles if we're getting second-hand EVs from China and from Europe and from the UK? I know, yeah. I think that's kind of the question. Yeah.
All right. You want to sit or stand?
I'm not quite sitting. It's just.
Me, neither can I.
Huh?
I also can't. I even have to walk when I'm on the phone.
All
right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the round 2, and we'll be talking about electrification of vehicles. As you can look at some of the questions that are up there, the first question was also a part of our cafe round that we did for the question-answer sessions on the electrification. And some of you who've been a part of that conversation around the table would have some key takeaways or insights, and you're welcome to bring them up. We had a very interesting discussion in the round 1 on these issues, and a lot of questions were raised in terms of energy access, in terms of support for electrification in both regulatory, fiscal support, technology transfer, capacity building. So we had a lot of interesting ideas that were raised, and I'm happy to bring them up as and when we get some interventions from the table. Is there anybody who would like to start off with some of the key takeaways that we had from the cafe discussions or anything else? We can start with opportunities and best practices and some actionable solutions, but you're equally welcome to start with some of the challenges on the road to electrification of transportation systems. So I leave the floor open. Please, as usual, raise the placard with your country name, and I will point out the gentleman with the mic to come towards you. I think the there's somebody who wants to start the conversation.
For friends online, I can start the conversation if you want.
Yes, if we have somebody online, please join. Oh, I can't see.
So Sylvain Kenyan, yes, Sylvain Kenyan for France. Just to share a few ideas to start as examples of measures that have been taken in France to develop electric vehicles. Just to say as a starting point that France has set itself the target of achieving complete decarbonization of land transport by 2050. And one of the most important levels for achieving this is the electrification of vehicles. And the shares of electric vehicles in France have been rising steadily since 2019, and we are now at 19% of electric new cars in registrations, and we are expected to reach 66% by 2030. And we are foreseeing a similar trend for light commercial vehicles and heavy goods vehicles in the near future. To support the acquisition of low polluting and in particular electric vehicles, we have different measures and a budget of more than 1 billion euros per year to do that. The two main aids are an ecological bonus up to 7,000 euros for an electric car, and a scrapping premium to help the renewal the vehicle fleet, up to 9,000 euros for an electric car in a low emission zone that can be accumulated. In addition to that, to specifically support the acquisition of low or zero emission vehicle by modest households, we have introduced a clean vehicle microcredit and also an experimental zero interest loan in low emission vehicles, in low emission zones to help households subject to income conditions to buy these vehicles. And starting in 2024, we will have another aid scheme which will be launched to give these households access to a long-term leasing offer of electric vehicles for 100 euros per month. Beyond the aids, we have also electric vehicles also benefit from different fiscal incentives. They have a higher accounting depreciation threshold. There are multiple tax exemptions, for example, on the weight malus, on annual tax on corporate vehicles. Beyond financial support, there are also regulations that are in place to develop EVs. Deriving from a European directive, we have introduced obligations as part of a fleet renewal to acquire minimum shares of low emission vehicles for public and huge private fleets that increase over time. And finally, from an industrial perspective, France has set itself the targets of producing 1 million electric vehicles per year in France by 2027 and 2 million electric vehicles per year in France by 2030. And to achieve these objectives, massive investments in innovation and industrialization are made through a France 2030 program. And 1 billion euros is specifically dedicated to supporting innovative projects in the automotive sector, for example, in electric batteries. Thank you.
Thank you. I think France's intervention highlighted something that came from the other room also, that there is a high cost that the government is paying to support electrification, and some of the developing countries raise the point that the governments in their countries do not have enough of a tax base to support some of these kind of initiatives that need to be taken for electrification. The other point that was raised in the other room was about energy access, and that if first provision of energy to every member of every citizen is the first priority, and ensuring that if electrification happens, then the energy is coming from a clean grid before the countries are able to take up electrification. So that was a few points that I think France is ahead of that, but some of the developing countries had raised the opposing views on that. I'm opening the floor, so if there are any perspectives for, against, in addition to, you're welcome to raise those. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. I guess just trying to make a total point of it here. So just for context, Australia is developing net zero plans for the whole economy, broken down into various sectors. Now, my Department of Infrastructure and Transport has policy responsibility for the transport and infrastructure side, but a lot of the issues or a lot of the actions that we need to take in the transport area are affected by energy policy, which is, as you say, an obvious one. So I think what we have to look here is to say, if you're going to move to electrify or other issues associated with transport, then make sure that you have a whole-of-government approach that can actually focus on delivering the low-carbon transport outcomes that you want from both your transport sector and your energy sector.
Thank you very much for reiterating that point. It was important. Yes, we have Switzerland.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the discussion starting at France with subsidizing vehicles. As in France, Switzerland wants to completely decarbonize the road transportation system until 2050, and we strongly believe that the way to go is electrification of vehicles. But unlike France, we don't believe in that we need to subsidize the purchase of electrical vehicles because the total cost of ownership is already below IC vehicles, in fact. So we believe that the main barrier to scale up electric vehicles even more is the charging infrastructure. So 60% of Swiss citizens do not own their own building they're living in, they're renting the building. So it's harder to get charging infrastructure going on. So we believe that we need to put on good regulations for smart infrastructures for people who rent the houses or the flats to charge their vehicles.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, this gets me to a point that was raised earlier in the conversation, that in high-density, low-income cities, there is not enough space to establish either personal charging infrastructure or by the government even. But the charging infrastructure is key to ensure that there is operability of electric vehicles when it comes to personal electric vehicles. Buses are easier. I think electric vehicles is not very exciting for, for the countries who are sitting around here. Yes, please. Nigeria. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to say we have a very few examples of states in Nigeria who you can find electric vehicles, but it's done by private individual, it's not by the public. So, but I hope, and very soon the government may take lead also, because in Nigeria right now, subsidy has been removed from the fuel, and so all other means are being taken to reduce the effect of subsidy removed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this was another point raised earlier, that we had, for the bus fleet especially, in the developing countries very often the bus fleets are informally owned by single operators, right? And to convert a bus fleet which is informally owned, operated by mom and pop type of concerns, to ensure that the whole fleet is electrified, how do they come together, how is the procurement, what is the taxation, how will the whole organization system around that work, and then where will they be charged? Some of the solutions that came earlier for that was to have associations and cooperatives have loan support at low premium levels, have tax supports. Those were the issues that had come earlier for supporting electrification of buses in developing countries. Kenya.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. In addition, in Kenya, the government is creating an enabling environment for the increased uptake of the electric vehicle through the development of a national electric mobility policy, whereby this policy will be like a one-stop, covering all the areas that touch on electric vehicles, from the battery type to charging infrastructure to standards to disposal to investments, such that anybody interested in the industry and in the subsector can get guidance from that policy.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of countries are experimenting with pilot schemes for buses or cars or taxi fleets, electrification. It'll be great, I mean, in the interest of sharing some good practices, some business models that have worked, some technological updates that have worked, and even entrepreneurship that is coming from the ground in your own countries that supports low carbon pathways, which include electrification, would be useful to share on this forum. We had an interesting anecdote from the other group about somebody who was a boy who had, I think, run a car on salt and water, and it seemed to run very well. So scaling up of interesting solutions that come from the ground might be also interesting to share here.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Yeah, as a member state of the European Union, I also wanted to share some views. We think that this is a very interesting subject, and the presentations this morning were really very interesting. But this has to be seen, of course, in the broader context also of the topics that we discussed during the first global dialogue, which is scaling up renewables, energy efficiency, the whole issue of grids and energy storage, where there are many linkages, and also linked to another topic that was discussed this morning, the avoid, shift and improve kind of logic. But in this context, we think that electrification of transport modes offers the largest contribution in the sector, and this was clearly shown also by the IEA. It shows that average lifetime emissions from battery electric cars are significantly lower than any fossil fuels powered cars, and that to be in line with net zero emissions by 2050, battery electric vehicles in total sales need to reach 60% by 2030, and all car and van sales will need to be zero emissions by 2035. And the EU took this up in its policies, and all sales, all new car sales by 2035 have to be zero emission. But also this offers, of course, there are challenges, as we know, but this also offers important opportunities, not only increasing mitigation ambition and implementation in the short term, but it also creates new value chains, new jobs, and it reduces pollutions and therefore improves health. It's important to have this whole transition in consultation with stakeholders and also across different governance levels, because the whole infrastructure needs to evolve together. We see as actionable solutions the deployment of electric vehicles globally, providing good infrastructure and especially, of course, charging infrastructure, further strongly supporting innovation and research, and also, as others have said, give incentives to the demand side, because the initial investment can be high, but the over life costs are more how would I say, more bearable. But sometimes you need to bridge this gap. And also in EU policies we have an ambitious target. So. For the electrification of transport and aiming at 100% CO2 emission reductions from new cars and vans, as I said. And there are also transitional targets, like to get there, 55 CO2 emission reductions for new cars and 50% for new vans from 2030 to 2035 compared to 2021 levels. And in particular, just jumping to my own country, we have a huge fleet of company cars that are somehow fiscal, receiving a kind of a preferential treatment for tax reasons, and there also the fiscal system is being reformed in a way that this tax reductions for fossil fuel cars are decreasing gradually. And are being shifted then to the let's say to the purchase of electric cars, and this will have also an influence on the fleet of second-hand cars, as many of these company cars go afterwards to the let's say to the normal citizens, and we hope in such a way to accelerate this transition of the fleet to the electrically powered cars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you raise an important point, connecting it back to the grid, because this was another issue that was raised by some of the developing countries, that the cost of electrification is also includes the cost of grid upgradation. Apart from the fact that the grid needs to be clean, it also has to be upgraded, and that costs, some of the cities had pointed out. And this is a city problem. Unfortunately, it is only the national governments who sit here and promise things, and I come from a city perspective, and everything has to be implemented at the city level. We have Saudi Arabia next.
Thank you, co-facilitator. As we venture into the electrification of transport, it is viewed as a beacon of hope or the solution and to the problem that we are facing. However, it's still essential to remember that electrification is a component of the larger sustainability narrative. As such, tailored local policies can and should pave the way. It's not the same to address Cairo's bustling streets distinctively from Amsterdam's bike-friendly avenues. Also, comprehensive infrastructure doesn't halt at charging stations. It's about urban design that encompass pedestrian, electric buses, and non-motorized transport. Moreover, as we enthusiastically adopt electric mobility and electric micro-mobility, we must ensure inclusivity and fairness. Not everyone can afford this shift, making global collaboration pivotal in this regard. We must note that electrification of vehicles cannot be generalized to both passenger and freight transport, as road freight possesses additional challenges and constraints. In our drive towards a cleaner future, solutions like hybridization, especially in combination with low and zero carbon fuels, should be in tandem with electric vehicles, especially in regions where cost and infrastructure presents challenges. Moreover, while phasing out older vehicles in developed nations, simply relocating them to developed countries is not the answer. It merely relocates the emissions challenge. Electrification is more than reducing tailpipe emissions. It's a commitment to building a just, inclusive, and sustainable global transport future. As we heard in the presentation this morning, electrification comes last. It's important to start with avoid and improve before shifting to electrification. It comes after we've tackled all other issues in transportation systems. It's an ecosystem perspective. With that being said, countries in the Arab region are exerting efforts to increase the share of EVs in the market. However, it's important to understand that electrification is part of the solution, and they remain unpopular in developing countries due to significant challenges and gaps. Many developing countries could not incentivize EVs in spite of subsidies provided, and hybridization provides flexibility and opportunity to lower emissions while addressing a lot of the concerns of affordability, charging infrastructure, and others, which I will get to later. So viewing electric mobility from a systems perspective aligns with the holistically opti-fair principle, taking a holistic view which goes beyond tailpipe emissions. It can create strategies that are both efficient and fair. So, on another note, since the goal of electrification is not only to reduce tailpipe emissions, it should also contribute to larger goals, climate goals, to look at electrification of transport from a life cycle perspective and customize it to the electric grid and infrastructure capabilities of each country and city. The discussion should move beyond manufacturing new cars and needs to look at grid capacity, charging infrastructure, lack of minerals availability, limitations with sourcing the minerals, and the competition between different sectors for critical minerals, battery recycling, and competition for electricity generation. More than that, electrification in the transport needs to prioritize electric urban rail and electric passenger buses. On challenges and gaps, developing countries face unique challenges, including high costs, limited modal availability, and insufficient charging infrastructure. Even with government subsidies, there might be limited demand in certain regions, so addressing these requires tailored national policies that emphasize equity and consider regional differences within each country. In contrast, developed countries need to strategize for sustainable battery disposal and integrate EVs seamlessly into existing systems. The increase in the number of vehicles on streets highlight the necessity on focusing on public transport of electrification over private EV proliferation. The growth of EVs also brings forth challenges related to battery disposal, as I mentioned, road loads, and import of vehicles. A bottom-up approach starting with local communities can address these complexities. Collaboration between governments, private sectors, entities, and international organizations is crucial. Additionally, without proper planning, the higher use of EVs would contribute to increasing emissions, especially in the electricity generation side. As charging usually occurs during peak hours of electricity consumptions, it will aggravate peak load and thus causing unnecessary issues in the electricity system and lead to greater emissions. If charging infrastructure comes at the cost of bus stops and cycle tracks, batteries for cars come at the cost of batteries for buses or industrial application, and the limited supply of minerals in the country is used to transport a few people, the larger climate and sustainability agenda is not served. Also, despite efforts made in our region, there's economic, security, and political realities that create obstacles which hinder its widespread adoption. And this undue focus on electric cars without a broader consideration, such as affordable access and sufficient charging infrastructure, and so on and so forth. We also have to consider competing priorities for developing countries. So if the option is to electrify a small house versus adopting an electric car, I think it is clear which option will be a priority. For developing countries, securing access to finance for the necessary infrastructure is another challenge. There's a concern with what happens to old vehicles that are replaced with EVs in developed countries. They will likely end up as second-hand vehicles in developing countries. So where it makes sense economically and socially, electrification should be sought. However, in places where it makes sense, other solutions or a combination of solutions may be a better choice. To sum it up, the topic of electrification cannot be simply reduced to a target or a goal. It's not possible nor realistic, and the decision last year makes it clear that the mitigation work program states that it will not impose new targets or goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was an excellent summary of multiple points that have been raised through the day. We have Algeria next.
Thank you, Mrs. Co-Facilitator. Okay, in this topic of electrification of vehicle, we should pay attention to the grid capacity and the increased pressure on already pressured power grid in developing countries. Many of the countries in our region do not have enough electricity to their homes. It's important to consider priorities on power. So also developing countries may find electrification very costly and requires additional advantage infrastructure for challenging stations and even roads, which is not available without means of implementation and support. We need strategies for sustainable batteries, disposal, and EV integration into existing systems. In addition to the critical minerals and rare metals required for the batteries. Decarbonization has to be country-specific, and the most important, equity. We need to have a real conversation about how we can operationalize this principle and how we can reflect them in our actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, again, an important point that has been mentioned is that critical minerals is mining. And mining has issues around environmental sustainability. I think that's one thing to remember, an increase in demand for critical minerals across sectors. And critical minerals is also an energy security issue. So I think apart from the GHG emission pathways that each country should take separately, I think their own issues of energy security would come into the mix. This was also highlighted earlier. Belgium raised first and then Australia.
Thank you. And just trying also to react to some of the elements put forward by others. Yeah, as I also said in the beginning of my intervention, the electrification of the transport sector should be embedded in this broader context of the energy transition that we discussed in the previous global dialogue. And obviously, this needs to go hand in hand with an increase in the renewables and in energy efficiency. As the IEA stated in its analysis, we should aim for tripling the renewables by 2030 and also doubling energy efficiency by 2030. And that would then allow to electrify the transport sector without having additional emissions in the power sector, I believe. Also, indeed, how would I say, in this phase, it's quite a challenge with the exponential growth of like the electrical car fleet to ensure enough critical materials for the battery production. And yeah, we also think that it's really important that this should be done in a context of sustainable mining with taking into account ecological and socio-economic circumstances, which this is very important because we don't want to solve a problem by creating another one. But a big difference with the, how would I say, with the climate change issue or with the fossil fuel context is that once we have enough critical materials and we make sure that we can recycle batteries and we have a sufficient stock of all these materials circulating and using all the principles of the circular economy, we believe that it's possible to solve this challenge. And maybe a final point, we can see that there is really also a problem with the export of second-hand cars from developed countries to developing countries, which is not easy to solve and which we are also looking for solutions. But how would I say, this is a problem independently whether these second cars are being exported as, let me say it like this, whether the replacement is by a fossil fuel car or by an electric car, it doesn't change. So that's not the root of the problem. The root of the problem is the export of these polluting cars. And we need to try to address this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belgium. Australia?
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to respond to a few points around supply chains and critical minerals. Obviously, critical minerals are the foundation for many clean energy technologies, including EVs and batteries, and it's very important to build diverse and resilient supply chains for batteries and critical minerals to support global conditions. And as discussed, very important to have appropriate environmental, social and governance standards when it comes to the extraction of critical minerals to minimise negative social and environmental impacts. But I do just want to point out that, of course, these concerns also apply to fossil fuels mining. This is not just a problem in the context of mining critical minerals. Just wanted to give one example of how international cooperation and partnerships can help to assist in building new supply chains and critical minerals for batteries and other clean energy products from Australia's own experience. And this is through the one example is the Australia-Indonesia Climate and Infrastructure Partnership, where there's a big focus on a number of things, including de-risking private infrastructure projects, sustainable finance and supporting the just energy transition agenda, but also establishing a new bilateral mechanism to advance collaboration on the EV ecosystem and battery manufacturing in both Indonesia and Australia, and enhancing supply chains between our countries to support the trade in critical minerals and batteries. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Australia. From Saudi Arabia? Yeah. After this.
Thank you, co-facilitator. I just want to start again by recalling the decision we took in COP27. I will read a quote from the decision. The work program shall be operationalized through focused exchange of views, information and ideas noting that the outcome will be non-prescriptive, non-punitive, facilitative, respectful of national sovereignty and national circumstances, take into account nationally determined nature of nationally determined contributions, and will not impose targets or goals. This is very important for us all to remember as we discuss or as we engage in these technical discussions, because as per the decision, global sectoral targets, or any targets at all, are not acceptable. The global dialogue is a technical discussion. It's an opportunity to have a focused exchange of views, information, and ideas. So by nature, there's no room for top-down prescriptive targets. This is a chance for countries to learn and exchange knowledge, which they desperately need to go about their transitions in a manner that is inclusive, equitable, and just, and does not hinder their developmental priorities. And in my last intervention, I described how there are competing developmental priorities and needs, and those all need to be taken into account. So yeah, in this discussion, in this forum, we need to highlight the gaps, the barriers, the best practices. And the world is facing many challenges, so the lack of capacity to implement these solutions is also needs to be central. And the support to and means of implementation, such as capacity building, technology transfer, the need to scale up finance and others to enable and create those enabling environments. Also, CBDR and equity and national circumstances are the bedrock of our discussions. They need to have a central place, and we need to also elaborate on how we can operationalize these principles and reflect them in our actions. And I think the targets and prescriptive language does not serve that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. We have Lesotho next.
Thank you. For us in Lesotho, we have not had any policies that talk to electrification of vehicles. However, we do have a few individuals who are beginning to transition to the hybrid cars that use both fuel and electricity. So I think in order to increase the usage of electric vehicles, we could invest more on environmental awareness and maybe incentivize the purchasing of electric vehicles, maybe increasing credit through the banks of electric vehicles, and also lowering maybe tax on electric vehicles. I think that way we could motivate the usage of EVs.
Thank you very much. I think both the points of consumer awareness and showcasing proof of concept of pilot projects was echoed by multiple countries in the earlier discussions. Okay, one more, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. I think with respect to this very important dialogue, electrification of vehicle is also a priority for Vanuatu. And already in country, domestically, we already have a clear policy that sets out pathway to enable electrification of vehicles. And there's already the feasibility study that was carried out and set out pathway, the holistic approach in a sector-wide holistic approach that enables these programs to be undertaken. Otherwise, there's still the challenges that is still in front of us implementing these programs. And being a developing country, like other developing country colleagues have already said, finance, capacity building, and technology needs is also a key challenge and a need for us to be able to lead the electrification of vehicles. However, I'd also like to reiterate the comments from colleagues from Lesotho in terms of the awareness. At this point in time, domestically, like people would not want to go for electric vehicles, would take an hour to charge. However, they would go for fuel. So awareness on this and the benefits in the environment and climate change space is important for the locals to be able to digest and change the concept of how they view the intergenerational benefits of these so-called programs. So to be able to promote these programs, I think domestically the financial incentives must be made available, and also, of course, the international cooperation must be made available to enable that forms of programs to be driven. And for us, this is also as part of our national determined contribution, and our target is to first pilot those programs on the government fleets. So therefore, to make those programs available, I think one of the very important aspects that we have to take on board at this point in time going forward, since we have few years before 2030, is the means of implementation. And our developing countries like Vanuatu and other smaller and developing states can capitalize on those programs to make sure we realize some sort of impact promoting and undergoing that pathway of electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have Suriname next.
Yes, thank you very much. Being here, it's clearly for us, certainly as Suriname, that listening to the speeches, but also to the presentations and the contributions, that we can get a lot of value out of the experiences from other countries. What I would like to add is that when it comes to electrification of vehicles, it's not only awareness of the public, but it's a broader awareness and stakeholder involvement. To give you an example, in our country, we don't really have a policy or a strategy yet regarding electric vehicles, so we're starting that up right now with the help of institutions, international cooperation. Although our priorities are mostly focused at this point to energy access for all, because we're not there yet, and also the fact that renewable energy resources are also a priority. But at the same time, talking about the awareness and the stakeholder involvement, we do get in our country, for example, car dealerships who promote certain brands. They want to import electrical vehicles. But our legislation is not yet up to the level to permit that, for example, but our grid is not up to level. We don't have any regulation and laws regarding electrical vehicle. And then what you will get is that sometimes they want to pressure, because in Suriname, for example, electricity is heavily subsidized. We only pay, our tariffs at this moment are $5 per kilowatt hour, one of the lowest probably in the world, while the cost price is much higher. So you understand what's happening, because importing electrical vehicles, setting up charging stations, and trying to charge against those heavily subsidized tariffs will make electrical vehicles, of course, understandably, much cheaper than the ICE vehicles, but it comes at a cost, and that is the issue, because we are not, what I've mentioned just now, we are not yet at the level of energy access for all. We're still working on that, and a number of things are not yet in place. So awareness, stakeholder engagement on a broader level, not only policy and public, but also the private sector, the car dealerships, car dealers, all of that are also very important, and that is something that we're now working on. We have done some studies on feasibility, technically, policy-wise for electrical vehicles. Yes, there is opportunity. We'll do it. We will develop a strategy and roadmap. That is what we're now going to do. But again, at the same time, you have to involve all players, on all levels in order to have a more comprehensive approach to electrical vehicles in a country such like Suriname, being a developing country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the words holistic approach, comprehensive approach are coming back again and again through multiple conversations across different rooms. Yes, please, go ahead. Yeah.
I wanted to also call our attention to our outcome of COP27, which my colleagues from Saudi Arabia has already emphasized. I won't go back to that again, but it's very, very important we stick to that. The second issue is that the last time I make intervention, I said mainly on private sectors. I made to understand that the Lagos State government has also procurement some electricity bus in order to ease the ease of transportation in Lagos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. Are there any online questions? Just to ensure we don't ignore the people who are not in the room. Is there a... Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment something on this issue of critical minerals. So Argentina, you know, is fortunate enough to have lithium that is currently starting to be in access. And while we are receiving, you know, increasing interest, especially from private sector stakeholders, we wanted to highlight the importance of, you know, having this lead to the creation of national capacity. You know, we have a national energy company that is working on this, but I think that the main issue is how we, you know, make our society reap the benefits. And this for us requires means of implementation, especially finance. And I think, you know, particularly for the Global South, it is important to actually add value and not only export raw materials that in the end, you know, these that not contribute to sustainable development, but further leads, you know, to increasing extractivism and that perpetuates unequal terms of trade. So I wanted to add that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Are you suggesting that it would be good to have electric car manufacturing integrated within the Argentinian industrial policy? Because I think a lot of countries mentioned that and China was a good example of that in the earlier, yeah, okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Come to? Okay, going one, going two, going three. That's it. Thank you very much. Oh, there is somebody. Please. You almost made it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairs, and thank you for the invitation to join this global dialogue. I am here representing the bingo community, so the business community. I'm with a coalition called the We Mean Business Coalition that works with business groups and companies directly, some of them the most influential and largest companies in the world, really trying to drive sustainable development, climate action, and net zero investment. 2 points that I wanted to make. The first is that the companies we work with, what they say, and many of these things that they say are also evidenced by some of the best practice examples that we've heard from, even in the presentations earlier today, reflect that business needs clarity, private sector needs clarity in terms of, you know, direction of travel for governments, for cities, for regional communities, etc. The more clarity there is, the more stability there is, the more attractive it becomes for business to be able to invest and to come in and to act as a partner
with governments. And so some of the best practice examples we see are not when government acts alone or when business acts alone, but when they actually do that together, and when the planning and the concept of driving investment is done in partnership, business with governments. And so perhaps what we see as an opportunity as a private sector in this crucial period in the middle of this critical decade on climate change is that we're here talking about the mitigation work program and trying to inform also how we think about the next round of NDCs. Obviously, energy, transport, two critical systems in the global efforts to fight climate change. And so what we hope to see coming out of the next 2 years of dialogues is, governments actually talking to the business community when they are trying to develop these NDCs, not only in terms of national targets, but also to consult with broader sets of stakeholders when developing also ideas for how to implement those national targets also in critical sectors like transport, like food systems, for example, critical to transport as well, and obviously also how the energy systems transformation needs to take hold. The second point I wanted to make is that we're here talking about electrification of transport, of vehicles in particular. There is one part of the global community that maybe is not really reflected in this room, and I think the more we see the global community getting involved in climate change, I think is very important. And the part that I talk about is youth, actually. I think when we look at cities, youth use transport in very different ways to what we perhaps think about. We see people running around on e-scooters, e-bikes, etc. We need to think of the transport in the most innovative ways. We see startups coming up. We see digitalization of these platforms, digitalization of energy, of transport uses, etc. I think we need to really keep an open mind in terms of how governments, but also how the business community and how various parts of our communities are actually using transport on the day-to-day, and thinking also about how we embed these in strategies going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there are two very important elements that you've highlighted. One is that the business community is more in touch of what the consumer needs are, and if micromobility is what the youth is going for and not necessarily car ownership, then focusing there is a better pathway of electrification. And the second thing is, of course, the governments easily say, oh, we should get the private sector to do all of this, but the private sector is never a part of creating those policies and solutions, so regulatory support. So with this, I think we've come to an end. It has been a very interesting conversation. Thank you very much for your participation, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Hello? Oh, it's definitely on. Well, I'm glad I woke you all up. Sorry about that, I didn't mean to. Hello, I'm Philip Turner from the International Association of Public Transport. I'm your expert stroke facilitator for this session, which is all about collective and non-motorised modes of transport. I'm not going to go through all of the questions because you've pretty much been discussing exactly the same issues in the last kind of like groups. But this is all about, what are the opportunities, best practice, solutions, policies and measures that can be implemented at different levels, financial, technological, capacity building needs, international cooperation, provision of support, and finally, sustainable development promoted, and what socio-economic effects under this area. I believe it's kind of like the same format. You've been in the same room, I've been ferried around the place, but I assume that there are some roving microphones around. I guess before we kick off the discussion, I thought it might be useful to highlight some of the points that have been made in the other topics so you can get an idea about some of the issues that have been highlighted. Obviously, as you can imagine, finance has been quite a high-level topic, and the need for better data collection, for better policy making, and the different sort of kind of multi-level collaboration about the different levels of government, from national government to local government, how to overcome them, and looking at really how to provide a more holistic approach. Obviously, a one-size-fits-all approach is not suitable, but there's a lot of lessons that can be learned out there, regardless. A lot around capacity building has been spoken about. This is not just, say, at a technical level, but also how to really engage citizens in this kind of green transition and how to bring them on board and alongside businesses, etc. One interesting discussion that we did have was really about how to make public transport and active mobility attractive. And when I say attractive, make it like pretty cool again. Whether it was ever, I'm not sure. So that really about changing those behaviours and what can be done. So really, that has been the main kind of like themes which have been emerging from the discussion. But really, I think the floor is open to you guys. But if we were going to start anywhere, I would imagine that what are the most effective policies and measures that are being implemented within your country, within your government, and what are the lessons learned and what you feel can be taken from that. So really, the floor is very much open to you. And yes, thank you. Oh, by the way, if you're at the back, can I just say, I forgot my glasses, my eyesight's terrible, so I can't really see anything. So if you can just wave it, that would be really useful for me. Also, because I don't have my glasses, if I'm like squinting at you, doesn't mean I disagree with you. It's just, I can't see you too well, that's all. But please, anyone. Sorry, could you show us your nameplate?
Oh, okay. There you go.
Antigua, please.
Yes. I think that there are two components. I speak on behalf of small developing countries. There are a couple of best practices. So when we think of transportation and the nature of our economy is that we depend heavily on tourism, and they do the excursion and the buses and all of these things. However, for example, I think it's Curacao, for example, one of the things that they have done is to develop a rail system where the tourists can hop on and that could be electrified. And you're able to move people en masse rather than having all these taxis driving around that will create additional challenges. Yeah. The second component, I think, is the planning piece, which is a major barrier. So, for example, as we were in Antigua specifically, as we were thinking about where we could identify the location of these charging stations if we're going to electrify these vehicles, one of the main challenges we identified is that you already have infrastructure in the ideal locations where you could get critical mass. So we started working backward with a vision to say, okay, where do we have critical number of vehicles that could get access quickly and easily? Clearly, there are places like the airport, the port, that would have all these taxis, people going back and forth, but you did not have the available space because the infrastructure was already built out. That's one of the barriers that we basically found. And so in order to transition, you have to kind of have a future back vision starting from now in defining the reality and say, it's almost impossible to tear down these buildings if you think about universities where there's a concentration of persons coming for parking and you're able to get that particular space so that we can transition to more public modes, but you don't have that availability of land space, or it's remote from the central station, if you will, is going to drive the capital cost. So in summary, having a future back vision, 20 years from now, where do we see this happening, and plan with that in mind. I think sometimes we try to implement without taking the plan into place. And the other thing that is quite interesting, and is driven, I think, more by social factors than economic factors, you do see a lot of electric bikes now on the streets, and it's driven, I would say, almost homegrown within the community. And guys who once would drive to the beach, they're now taking these electrical bicycles. And the other thing I would say, I also see a lot of international students. We have a number of medical students with persons from the US, and their preferred mode of transport, that younger demographic, is to go green, and they're using electrical bicycles and so forth.
Thank you very much. We have a David Corbel from France online.
Yes, hello, do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly, thank you.
Okay. Well, I would like to stress, in line with the topic, what are the current situation in France in terms of implementing strategy and planification in line with developing clean mobility. Firstly, we are on an ongoing process to update the current strategy for developing clean mobility that is set out in line with the French energy transition law for green growth. This strategy, it reiterates the principle for the action in the context of the energy transition, in particular the priority level for action in the field of mobility derived from the national law carbon strategy. While finally, it presents the guideline action for developing clean mobility, linked them to the priority, like controlling the demand for mobility, developing vehicles with low emission and low emission carbons, establish national framework for action to enable to develop the market for alternative fuels and the development of corresponding infrastructure as part of diversified energy mix, optimize the operation of vehicle and existing network, and also improve modal shift toward modes of transport that emit less pollutants and less greenhouse gases. And also it focuses on the development of collaborative modes of transport, intermodality and multimodality. Focus on the controlling of demand of mobility and for mobility of people and goods, We would like to stress that the technological transformation must be combining with the adjustment or even changes in the behavior of users and consumers. And for that, as example that we are well developing in France is the deployment and encouraging active mobility, walking and moreover cycling through the different regions, supporting shared mobility with car sharing and carpooling, developing the teleworking, strengthening the public transport supply with the development of a metropolitan area, and reducing the number of vehicles per household. Aligned with this, we have the ecological planification that is quite relevant and very new because this is mainly this is the President of the Republic that decide of implementing the planification of the ecology in the field of transport in particular, but not also in transport. And this ecological planning will address four major points. The choice of the electric car with a huge increase of electric vehicle on the road by the year 2030 compared to now. The second point will be the facilitating to switch to cycling, tripling the uses of bicycle on a daily basis in increasing the number of safe cycle paths. Encouraging the use of public transport, like I just said, with the implementing of metropolitan area, but also with the support for local authorities and widespread adoption of the best practices, as for example, express coaches, reserved lanes, densification, road sharing, intermodality, park and ride facilities and parking. And for that, we implement a planning of 100 billion euros between now up to 2040 in railways also in order to develop and encourage the use of public transport. And finally, and the last point, this is carpooling for everyday journey. Right now we have quite 900, yes, we have quite 900 daily journeys, and we want to increase up to 3 million daily journeys by the forthcoming 3 years. And it could be possible thanks to practical, simple solutions like taxes measures to accompany users, tools with different rated reserved lanes, carpooling lines, and aim and boost the existing carpooling plan already in France. Of course, all this implementation planning, ecological planning is the ongoing process and will be very effective from the next year at the different territorial scale in France, with the focus point also a huge increase of finances in order to, of course, accompany, encourage the users, and also to avoid people without having any solution. We'll stop here for now, but I would like just to add that we have also paying attention on the logistic with the reducing of the environmental impact of logistic flow. Of course, we are mainly focusing on people, but this is very important also to have the focus on the logistic. And for that, we are trying to implement a double of the modal share for the rail freight and electrifying heavy goods vehicle and commercial vehicles. Here we are for now, and thanks for the floor.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to take the floor? Sorry, could you let us know who you represent?
Indonesia.
Indonesia, please. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm from Ministry of Transportation, Indonesia. I think one of the important thing is to build integrated public transport system, making it easier for people to change modes, and then also building infrastructures or facilities for active transport, such as a comfortable pedestrian path. And I think it's also necessary to increase public awareness or changing the people mindset from the car-centric into the public transport mindset. And also the integration between transport planning and city planning or land use planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like the floor? Okay. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity to ask my question to you guys. Based, don't worry, around this framework. It's okay. It's around actually the issues of international cooperation and in particular non-party stakeholders and around the role that they can play. As a non-party stakeholder myself, we as an organisation do a lot of training, capacity building, standard setting, technical assistance through our partnerships with development banks on anything to do with public transport, from e-buses to ticketing, so on and so forth. What exactly do you guys need from an institution such as myself? We're not the only one, there are many out there. Because I actually would love to know what you guys want so I can kind of help you a bit more deliver on the things that you kind of want to do. So from my personal perspective and for the benefit of this exercise, don't worry, I really like to get an idea from you guys. So in a way it can help the non-party stakeholder community better shape themselves up to your expectations. So that would be really helpful. Australia, please. Does he have the microphone?
That's a great question, Phil. It's one that, so at a Commonwealth level, we don't have a lot to do with public transport. It's mainly done at a state and territory level. For those who are unaware, Australia is a federal system with a Commonwealth government and individual states and territories. But one of the things that I've struggled with over the years working in the transport area is to find models that show us that change is possible and that it's reasonably easy to impact with a large chance of success. By way of contrast or context, 81% of Australian workers commute to work using private transport, about 14% by public transport, 5% walk or ride. Now that statistic hasn't changed for a long, long time. And once you get into an entrenched way of, you use the car to drop your kids off to childcare or school before you take the car to work, and then you've got to pick them up the way. So for me, it's examples of where the system status quo has changed considerably, and then it's the why did it change, how did it change, and what were the key outcomes that are required. Because we get a lot of talk about, we need to have this and that to make it work. But in my 20-odd years in this area, Australia hasn't changed a lot in this space. So for me, it's those examples and being brutally honest about where it has and hasn't worked would be really useful from our perspective.
Sure. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to take the floor? No? Oh, sorry. Saudi Arabia, please. Thank you.
Thank you, co-facilitator. So on this specific topic, non-motorized modes of transport have to be looked at by case. We cannot have a conversation about non-motorized modes of transport without context-specific determinants in mind. The IPCC chapter on transport states that the causes of high modal share of non-motorized modes differ markedly between regions depending on their cultures and their characteristics. For example, they tend to reflect low-carbon urban policies in OECD countries such as the Netherlands, while reflecting a lack of motorization in developing countries. This highlights that while developed countries are seeking to increase non-motorized modes through sustainability policies, developing countries do not have the basic transport systems in place. This shows that transportation conditions of both situations are very different in fundamental ways, and that the effectiveness of public transport is city-specific. We need to address this topic with a comprehensive assessment of all determinants of transition, including cost-effectiveness, accessibility to technologies, future population, continuing growth in global transport demand, existing infrastructure and the associated urban fabric, economic, social, and political feasibility, economic growth, cultural pattern, as well as unintended consequences or outcomes, and regional differences. Some questions to think about before I turn it over to our national expert online is how can developing countries accommodate micro-mobility and public transit in cities with extreme temperatures, in cities with inadequate public transport system or lack of cycling and pedestrian infrastructure, issues of safety and security when using public transportation or disintegrated transport system. How can we develop context-specific solutions and encourage unique approaches for each country fitting to their own culture, society, climate, and travel behavior? So I'll just turn it online for our expert to provide some insights.
I'm mute. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ariel. I think this subject is extremely important today as we gather to discuss the future of transport. I'm reminded as to how profound of an impact our decisions will have on the fabric of societies, but also on the well-being of citizens. And this morning, when we were listening to Dr. Amanda Gambirano, she emphasized on the importance of investing in public transportation. And right there, then and there, she touched upon a universal truth, which is the success of public transport lies in how well we tailor it to local realities. A challenge, I think, facing developing countries is the lack of public transport facilities, both in quality and in quantity. It's not really possible to restrain the use of private vehicles when there is no effective alternative, and this is clearly an issue that we should be talking about a lot. Financing infrastructure required to build a citywide public transit system is an important constraint to highlight, as it requires very large investments, not only in developed countries but also and specifically in developing countries. So there's also the issue, I think, which a few people have already mentioned in previous sessions and in this morning's sessions, that is, to consider promoting walking and cycling. It's great and it's part of the policy package and the solutions that we should be thinking about. But often in regions like KSA, the climate presents unique challenges. To foster a culture of walking in such areas, we're not just talking about pathways, we're also sort of envisioning, or we have to envision, covered walkways due to the climatic particularities of a country like KSA. But KSA is not the only country with these particularities. There are many countries, and there's a large part of the population of the world that lives in climates that are not necessarily as adapted as other countries with regards to walking and cycling. So I think that, as urban centers, we can consider them as bustling hubs of activity. And these centers pulse with life. but they also grapple with congestion. So encouraging walking and cycling and non-other motorized modes can alleviate some of this pressure. So that's great. But for this vision to be realized, these modes must be integrated seamlessly with other public transport systems within the cities, offering commuters a rich and interconnected experience. Nevertheless, as we chart our course towards the future, we must also acknowledge the challenges faced by many developing cities. A billion people still tread paths with basic road access. This is for me not only a statistic; it's also a call for action. So there is the idea that we should, of course, think about sustainability of transport, but not only from an environmental perspective, but also from a social perspective and economic perspective. So, as our interconnected world is sort of pooling knowledge and resources towards thinking solutions for sustainability, it is imperative that frameworks like Avoid, Shift and Improve, which was also mentioned quite a few times this morning, offers a roadmap. However, the success of these frameworks hinge on our collective will to collaborate, adapt, and of course, our collective will to implement these solutions. So our pivot towards different modes of transportation brings with us a plethora of advantages from health to economic gains, but we must ensure these benefits are enjoyed by all, not just by a privileged few. As we strive towards this future, let's ensure that accessibility remains at its heart. Transport is a lot more than just vehicles and roads, and I think everybody in this room would agree to that. It's lifelines connecting our communities. It's about bridging divides, fostering inclusivity, and crafting a future that's not just sustainable, but also a just future. As such, I think I will end with this. We must continue on this journey together with vision, empathy, and resolve. And I cannot stress enough, and it's been also mentioned quite a few times, this notion that I think is we should keep in our discussions and we should keep in our ideas and our interventions, which is the notion of holistically opti-fair. So how do we envisage a holistically opti-fair transportation future for our communities? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Belgium, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, co-facilitator. And let me first thank you and also the other presenter who isn't present here for the really good presentations this morning that showed that this is a problem or a challenge that needs to be addressed in a holistic way and taken into account the different perspectives and also involving all actors that are involved, basically. Yeah, I wanted to say that this is a challenge for both developed and developing countries. Of course, this shift towards collective and non-motorized modes of transport. And in many developed countries, we are really locked in a kind of a fossil fuel-based infrastructure because the whole cities are developed and we need to go through an important transformation. While also the IPCC report points out that for at least for some developing countries, and I agree with previous speakers that this is very local context specific and that the tailor-made approach is needed. But for in many developing countries, there is a possibility when the right frameworks and resources, of course, are in place to leapfrog this phase and to make from the outset the right investments for a low emissions or the net zero transport system. We heard this morning that the transport emissions are still rising, while according to the IEA, transport emissions needs to decrease by around 25% in 2030 compared to 2020 levels. And shifting away from fossil fuel-based transport, also taking into account the growing demand for transport, is not only imperative to deliver on our global goal under the Paris Agreement, but it also brings significant socio-economic benefits in terms of reduced pollution and also implying benefits for public health. So the big question is how we can accelerate these shifts, and this will need individual, social, and infrastructure factors that need to be addressed at the same time through providing the infrastructure, but also improve the city planning, allowing that both people and goods can move around, and including also attention for the last miles, and making good use of incentive systems, and including subsidies, regulation, and taxation. In the EU, we set as a target of reducing transport emissions by 90% in 2050 compared to 1990, and public transport options play an important role in this context, and also non-motorized transport options. And just a couple of examples before I also will give shortly a couple of examples what we are trying to do in my own country, Belgium. The EU aims at doubling high-speed rail traffic across Europe, and have a full availability of collective carbon-neutral travel for journeys under the 500 kilometers. And also, with regard to the non-motorized transports and giving incentives to walking and biking, it's important that the infrastructure is adapted for road users such as pedestrians and cyclists, and including also the introduction of mandatory safety features, because if walking or biking on the street is not safe, then people will refrain from doing so. And there is also a gender dimension in this. For example, it's important to ensure that women feel safe in the public transport and while biking and while walking in our cities. Then maybe I just share, if I may, two examples from Belgium. So the city of Brussels was facing important congestion problems, and launched a couple of years ago a good move plan that tried really in an integral way address this problem and change the mobility in the city, and with including also ensuring that public services are available in a lower distance, that people got involved in making the new plans, which in summary aims at avoiding non-local motorized transport in the neighborhoods where people live. And just to also illustrate the importance of citizen involvement, depending on the neighborhood, there were some strong resistances against these new plans, which also is related to, I mean, in somehow this also boils down to redistributing or the public space that is available for cars and for other users of the road. And so there was in some neighborhoods quite some resistance against this, but in others it was accepted well. And finally, after a couple of years, we can see that motorized traffic has dropped by a quarter, and there are 36% more cyclists just after a couple of years of trying to implement this new policy. And as the Netherlands, Belgium is also a cycling country, but we are aiming at giving further incentives for cycling, including by allowing for a good intermodality between public transport and bikes, providing high-speed bike lanes, which are bikes only, and incentivizing work-home transport. And yeah, also again linked to this, ensuring that it's safe to use the bike with separate bike lanes, for example, in the cities. Not always this implies huge investments. It's often also only an issue of opening space for the bikers on the road, where previously there were several lanes for cars, for example. So yeah, I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the case studies. I live in Brussels, and honestly, they changed the city centre overnight by pedestrianising it. And I think it's made a significant way about how that space is actually being treated now. It's a place for socialising. It's a place for going eat and doing all the things which is about people-centered cities. And so it's made such a significant difference just overnight. So thank you for that. Saudi Arabia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, co-facilitator. Of course, I also agree that both developed and developing countries are undergoing the transitions. But the challenge here is that we are at different starting points and that we face different circumstances. So the energy transitions by nature of that will not be homogeneous. And it's great that there are existing initiatives and experience and best practices in the developed world. And this is, if there is an opportunity to leapfrog and learn from other experiences, this would be great. However, it's easier said than done. It requires great investments in infrastructure, capacity building, means of implementation, upscaling finance, as well as awareness raising to encourage the shift. So it's not a mere transfer of knowledge and practices. It's not as simple as that. So, and again, we've mentioned the concerns with safety and security. These are also things beyond our control. These have to deal with geopolitical issues as well and cannot be resolved overnight. Also, what was cool about the World Cafés is when we were talking about this, we were discussing how the climate is so different from one place to another. So my colleague from Norway was mentioning how it might be hard to encourage the use of public transport when it's very, very cold and you're dealing with the snow and weather below, like 20 degrees. And then also I was explaining how in my own country, it's hard to walk for 10 minutes in the summer outside or even 5 minutes, and it could lead to a lot of problems and heat strokes and so on and so forth. So you can see the stark difference between these two conditions, and the solutions provided in that part of the developed world will for surely not be applicable in our world. But we can work with, how those solutions are and experiences are sought and tailor them to our own circumstances. And I think that's the real beauty of it, is the context-specific lens and the national circumstances of each country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I totally take on board the differences in weather. I'm from London. It's always grey and rainy. So it's not always conducive for actually active mobility. If you do look at the travel patterns, as soon as it rains, people either take their car. So it actually has a significant difference, even in the UK. I have Orla McCarthy online from the ITF, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, thank you very much, Philip. And I'm not in a position as an intergovernmental organisation to offer a case study, but I thought I might just pick up on some of the points that we've heard from speakers so far this morning in light of recent analysis we've done internationally. And to pick up first on the sustainable urban mobility planning point made by Belgium, I think this really is something that we heard about comprehensive planning in the previous sessions in this room. And an important thing or a factor to consider when talking about demand-focused measures in transport, so collective and active modes, is that these measures contribute to more than just decarbonisation. So while the focus of this discussion is obviously decarbonisation, it is worth considering the other political or policy objectives that may be served by demand-focused measures. And these include things such as road safety and also, and I'm going to turn off my camera, I apologise because I appear to be dragging, and also livable cities, so quality of life for urban residents, but also accessibility, as the technical expert from Saudi Arabia mentioned just a moment ago. Then linking this back to the points raised by Antigua and Barbuda and also by Saudi Arabia just now, demand-focused measures, however, do take time. The first speaker in this session spoke about future back planning or vision-led planning in order to decide what land you need to be saving, what infrastructure you need to be planning for where, and that is something that we really would encourage in terms of being able to design cities which, as Belgium highlighted, are not reliant on private car ownership in order to function. And there are also potential savings by adopting that approach. If you reduce the amount of potentially redundant infrastructure that you build by making incremental changes, by instead focusing on a long-term vision of the systems that you want to have in place, you can hopefully redirect investment rather than spending twice. And this level of vision-led planning, also speaking to the point made by, and we mean business in the previous session, is supportive of stakeholders as well in giving a clear level of intent and a clear direction of travel for everybody to work towards over a longer period of time. So I think they were my main points in terms of the pieces that we've heard already. Thank you very much.
Okay. Would anyone else like the floor? If not, I've actually got another question for you. We've spoken about positive externalities and really some of the clear health road safety benefits of having a sustainable urban transport system. I have heard the saying sometimes that the Minister of Transport has more influence over the national health agenda than the Minister of Health does. So I guess the challenge is that if the cash outlay comes from the Ministry of Transport, but the saving is towards the Ministry of Health, how do you kind of address that? I don't know, be it at the political level or whatever. What would you say? Because I haven't quite got the answer, so I need to pick your brains. Or is that just a difficult question? Okay, I take that silence as everything on that question. But it is one of the serious challenges that is actually felt at the local level, is the transport budget. The benefit is seen in other areas, and so therefore you do actually have this question about where do you put your money invested in, and when one is costing more than the other, but the benefits are held outlay. So we don't yet have an answer to that question. So that's maybe one of the challenges we have to put down. The other issue which I think came up quite a lot from the discussions is public awareness, and they kind of like those soft policies, because a lot of things happen at the local level, but there's also a lot that is done at the national level. What do you think would make a real difference when it comes to raising awareness, particularly thinking about the younger generation? Do you have any examples or good practices out there? Because in the World Cafés, it was highlighted that if we want to make a change in people's behaviours, that we know that it's going to be, it takes time. You have to engage people at a very early stage. So do you have any best practices, examples, or any general feelings around that agenda? Sorry, Switzerland, I believe.
Yeah, thank you for facilitating this session. I don't have a solution to your question, unfortunately, but I think no one really has. But yeah, behavioral change is a big part behind the problem that we are discussing here with collective and non-motorized modes of transportation. We have a strong public railway system and bus system in Switzerland, and still we have a big car lobby that is really, really stronger in sense of politicians. That is the lobby for collective and non-motorized modes of transportation. And I think it has a lot to do with how we see cars. We see them as giving us the freedom to go wherever we want. And so we have to fight against this view of individual transportation. And this is a behavioral change. As long as you think it's your right to go into the car, drive 1 kilometer and buy a bread, and then go back 1 kilometer, and you can do that with a really big car because the infrastructure is there, then we have a problem. We need to change the behavior, and I think that's something that goes step by step. There's a new generation stepping in, as you heard before. The youth of today does not really want to own a car, at least in the urban areas. In the rural areas, I think it's a little bit different. But I really liked something that we heard this morning, that we need to think step by step, but with a clear strategy in mind, a clear planning in mind. And the same goes for behavioral change, I think.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to take the floor? Is there anyone online? Okay, just waiting to see if somebody's on. Somebody's typing online, apparently. But is there anyone in Saudi Arabia? Please take the floor.
Thank you so much. I don't have an answer to your question, but just to show the kind of issues and the problems that we're dealing with in our own side of the world. And I mentioned this as well as my colleagues from Indonesia in our cafe session, where owning a car, as opposed to, youth of today don't want to own a car in some parts of the world. In our world, owning a car is like a milestone in someone's life. So it's something that they are working towards. It's like an achievement, or like I said, a milestone and basic necessity of getting around in the city, because the way they are built is not for walkability. To get to a grocery store, as I mentioned in the cafe session, that's 5 minutes away from your home. It's impossible due to the highways in between to get to there unless you have a car. So not having a car will impede your everyday necessities and needs to go places, and your infrastructure that's around you does not help you to kind of move away from that.
Thank you very much. Australia, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to make a few points on this behavioural change discussion. This is a really important issue for Australia, as my colleague raised before. Private transport is really central to road transport in Australia, and many people have cars, and that's a very ingrained part of their lives. One thing which I think we saw very clearly through the COVID pandemic is the impact that working from home and digitalisation can have on the demand for transport and road transport. And I think that not having to commute to work every day can help people make certain decisions about whether or not they need a car, and can help reduce demand that way, as well as, of course, having good options for public transport, walking and cycling, as has already been discussed. I think Australia has a lot of similar challenges that countries like Saudi Arabia would have in some pretty intense heat and long distances as well. So I think thinking about other options like digitalisation is really helpful. And I just wanted to make a few quick points on this leapfrogging discussion that we've been having. My understanding of how this works is more about decisions in how you direct investments. Of course, development developing in a climate smart way costs money, but developing your transport systems with fossil infrastructure also costs money. So it's more about the decisions you make and how you invest, and making sure that you're not locking in stranded assets that will become redundant in the very near future. We've only got 27 years before 2050, so we're moving very quickly to a low carbon, low emission world. So I guess just wanted to make that point, that it's more about the decisions that you make in terms of investment. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think you raised a couple of important points there. I think designing things early is really important. If you account for resilience in transport infrastructure at the start, you're like saving 70% of costs. It makes so much sense. I think the working from home issue is actually, it's still an issue for the public transport sector, because in many cities, ridership it's sort of stopped at the 80% bit during the week, because people are still working from home. But on the weekend, it's back up to 100%. So there is this sort of challenge about whether that extra, that remaining sort of 20% will actually ever come back. But actually, believe it or not, I'm actually a very positive individual. And I think with new players coming into the market, changes in behaviour, I actually think that you'll see more people back onto public transport going ahead. But, I'm an optimist. I could be wrong. Any other questions that are out there? Sorry, comment. Belgium, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought I would quickly come in. Now we arrived at kind of the optimistic side and give a few examples of how very small, easy measures maybe might make a difference. For example, I think a while ago in Belgium, also having a car was really a status symbol, but slowly through public conversation, for young families in the city in which I live now, having a cargo bike is actually something to be proud of and something they work towards. And as already mentioned before, sometimes it can be as simple as reserving existing space for biking, for walking, for example, with putting roadblocks, painting the roads to indicate that this is a space for bikes. So it's very small measures that can help people make those behavioral changes. And a very personal example is still that for me, the best intermodal tool is actually having a foldable bike through which I can solve the last mile problem in the very urban sprawl that we have in Belgium.
Thank you very much. I think there are so many low-cost options out there, and pretty much zero-cost options. I'll give you another example from Munich, where the public transport operator goes into the schools to teach them about the public transport network in their classes, and shows them about the benefits, so they children understand at a young age. That doesn't have to cost anything, but it can actually make a significant difference. We're just kind of entering in our final 4 or 5 minutes of the session. So I'll open it to the floor pretty much one last time, given the time constraints. So please, this is your last chance of this burning issue. Do you have any final thoughts, comments, or anything like that? Or have we touched upon everything that we need to? I think we have. Well, at that point, I think I'll draw this session to a close, but I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank you ever so much on my behalf for all your really valuable input, highlighting, the issues at hand, the best practices out there. It's been a really helpful input for us, but also for me personally. So I thank you ever so much. We have one more session to go, but enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
All right, hello everybody, good afternoon. My name is Ghanem Hablil. I'm a senior negotiator covering mitigation at the COP28 incoming presidency. It's nice to be with you here today. I'm going to introduce my colleague Ken.
Hello everyone, this is Kenichi from the UNFCCC Secretariat. Thank you for joining today's last session.
And joining us virtually are our experts, Johan Falk from Exponential Roadmap Initiative and Carla from CCG. You heard the guiding questions in the previous sessions, so in this session we're going to focus on energy and resource efficiency in the transport sector. So I'm going to repeat the guiding questions again and then open the floor to interventions. So the first question is, what are the opportunities, best practices, and actionable solutions for just energy transition in the transport sector to urgently scale up mitigation ambition and implementation in this critical decade in each of the respective subtopics, and in this case, energy and resource efficiency? Question 2, what are effective policies and measures implemented from a global perspective and country-specific experiences for the subtopic energy and resource efficiency? How are financial, technological, and capacity building needs addressed for each of the respective subtopics? How are the issues of international cooperation, including with non-party stakeholders, and provision of support to developing countries addressed? And finally, how is sustainable development promoted, and what are the socioeconomic effects under energy and resource efficiency in the transport sector? I'm going to open the floor now to interventions. Maybe we'll start by inviting Carla or Johan to set the scene based on what was discussed in previous sessions with other groups. What have been some interesting takeaways, and what do you think we could start by discussing in this session? Carla or Johan?
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you everyone for being here. So I would love to set the scene by sharing some insights. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Carla.
Okay, sorry. By sharing some insights from previous sessions, including the fact that we got to an understanding of different factors that are affecting countries that import vehicles or countries that can manufacture vehicles. And we got to an understanding of thinking not just of the vehicle itself, but moving back and thinking of the whole system and how we can change into having this mobility as a service idea, even within this kind of conundrum of a country who imports vehicles and countries who manufacture. So maybe we can start there if you have any ideas on this.
Thank you, Carla. Do you want to add anything, Johan?
You're on mute, sorry.
That's a good starting point, but we can also, I think, elaborate on how the countries are looking at accelerating electrical vehicles. We are at around 12% on a global level, and are you by purpose driving the implementation from your perspective? And the adoption is also an interesting question, and what type of advantages or challenges you see from your perspective to do that?
Thank you, Johan. Any perspectives on opportunities, challenges by any parties? It's been a long day. You know that we're going to Loka right after this, right? Bangladesh, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I am Shahanara Begum. I came from Bangladesh. Good afternoon to everybody, to second Global Dialogue session participants. At first, I like to say that climate change is a global problem, so we should go ahead collectively. It is needed also for future generation. However, global temperature increasing 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030. Now it is a crucial issue, so as a part of mitigation, electrification transport is very much needed in this situation. Now at first I like to say what is opportunities. We have some opportunities by starting electrification. And number one, the blowout growth of the electric vehicle battery industry. Number two, electric vehicles enter a new era of competition. Developments in software and digitalization will be a major trend. The maturation of the manufacturing automobile needed. And the number five, the radial changes in the automobile ecosystem. That is, we use electricity instead of oil. We have some challenges also. At first, cost of implementation and usage. This is an important issue, I would like to say. We should establish funding before implementing this. And we all know that this is a new system will be improved. So we need training, and this is the latest technology also, and benefits for implementation. So we need some communication and to awareness the people who are engaged in this issue. The goal of perfect electric vehicle resource implementation cannot be achieved without facing these challenges. At last, I would like to say that we should need a planning.
I'm so sorry, we have lost audio online.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh. There's a comment from our colleagues who are participating virtually that they can't hear the sound online.
It works now.
Works now?
Yes.
Is it select mic?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bangladesh. Australia?
G'day, thanks for the opportunity. I guess there's two issues I'd like to raise in this context, and that's the importance of standards. In Australia, light vehicles represent about 60% of our transport emissions. And to date, we've had very little action to introduce policies or programs to reduce those emissions, apart from awareness and highlighting the advantages of fuel efficiency effectively. But I guess there's two issues now that we're going through. The first is a national electric vehicle strategy, which I guess for the first time brings together the Commonwealth and states and territories to assist and plan properly for the rollout of EV systems and support systems across the country. And that includes strengthening and decarbonising the grid as we go through. And the plan here is to have EV charging stations every 150 kilometres. And if you look at the size of Australia and the length of the road system, that's a lot bigger challenge than it is in a number of countries. And the second thing is that Australia, for whatever reason, and there's a number of them, chose not to go down a path for the introduction of fuel efficiency standards, and the impact on that has had quite a long-term impact on the fuel efficiencies of vehicles sold in Australia. The best guess we can estimate is that a vehicle of the same model, same type, sold in Australia gets about 25% worse fuel economy than in some other countries that do have fuel efficiency standards. Now, my department and the Department of Climate Change, Energy Efficiency, etc., are working quite quickly now to try and bring in the standards. But the issue with the delay in bringing in the standards is it makes the trajectory to get to a significant reduction in transport emissions quite a steep ramp if you're looking at a net zero by 2050 process. So at the moment in Australia, the emissions from the transport sector are projected to increase rather than decrease to 2030. So that puts greater pressure on other sectors of the economy to meet the targets that the Australian government has put upon itself. Just a comment there. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. We have a virtual participant, Sylvian.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak for France. In France, the transport sector is the sector that emits the most greenhouse gases, since it represents 31% of our greenhouse gas emissions in 2021. So improving the environmental and energy performance of road vehicles is necessary to achieve our decarbonization goals in 2050. We have already mentioned quite a lot electrification of vehicles, so I will develop the other aspects, and namely the sobriety aspect, because we think that sobriety is a key factor in reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. Sobriety in terms of travels, by controlling the demand for passenger and freight transport, and sobriety in terms of the vehicles that are used to make these travels. Regarding the first aspect, as we already said in another group, we think that technological transformations must be combined with adjustments or even changes in the behaviors of users and consumers. And France is committed to encouraging low consumption behavior by reducing speed and fuel consumption. Yes, I said France is committed to encouraging low consumption behavior by reducing speed and fuel consumption for maritime transport, controlling demand for logistics, promoting short local circuits, and also digitalization. France is also committed to encouraging car sharing, carpooling for everyday journeys, and facilitating the switch to cycling, but also reducing the number of vehicles per household and promoting lighter and smaller vehicles. And if I can develop the measures that have been taken regarding these last two aspects, promoting lighter and smaller vehicles, different measures have been taken. In addition to the European targets that are set for manufacturers to reduce the average CO2 emissions of the new vehicles, a national tax has been introduced on the CO2 emissions of new passenger cars to encourage consumers and in turn manufacturers to acquire and develop vehicles with lower emission. At the same time as heavier vehicles consume more energy and consume more materials to be manufactured, France has also introduced a tax on the mass of each newly registered passenger cars, with a trigger threshold of 1.8 tons, but which is supposed to decrease over time. And although electric cars are exempted from this tax as of yet, because of the increased weight of their batteries, a maximum weight limit has already been introduced for the electric cars to benefit from national subsidies since the beginning of 2023. And there is also an initiative that I think could interest developing countries which receive sometimes second-hand vehicles to develop the circular economy and reduce the footprint linked to the production of a new vehicle. The French government has developed in 2020 a specific regulatory framework for the transformation of an existing vehicle with an internal combustion engine into an electric vehicle. So a specific regulatory framework, and also supports the demands for this operation called electric retrofit by granting aids up to 9,000 euros or even 13,000 euros for a van in a low emission zone. And finally, we would like to also stress the importance of for having international initiatives such as this one to exchange between countries, because I think we have a lot of subjects in common, and I think they are very useful to share the good practices among each participants. Thank you very much, and thank you for the floor.
Thank you, friends. Switzerland.
Thank you very much for the floor. Transportation is #1 source of greenhouse gases in Switzerland, with around a third of emissions. So it's a really important sector for us on our journey to net zero emissions. We hope that the transportation emissions have peaked now in the year 2022, unlike in Australia. We hope that we have now the highest numbers in transportation emissions behind us. I would give an example of good or bad policy considering energy and resource efficiency in the electrification of the car sector. So Switzerland is a federal state. A lot of policies that are important for decarbonizing transportation systems are on the cantonal level, on the level of the provinces. So, for example, the car taxes are a responsibility of the cantons, and we saw that a lot of cantons changed the car taxes to give incentives for electrical cars, and they just got completely away from car taxes for electrical cars. So a big Tesla was taxed the same as a really small electrical car, and that proved to be pretty inefficient. So a lot of cantons now changing by taxing by weight, and I think this is a really important issue while tackling resource efficiency by decarbonize or electrify the car sector.
Thank you, Switzerland. Any reflections from our experts?
Yes, thank you. So I'm finding this discussion really interesting because we're touching upon a few very impactful stories of what happens when you create incentives that are maybe a little bit pervasive because you don't understand or haven't thought of how these incentives affect the bigger picture. And I think this could be really interesting stories for countries who are also looking at maybe earlier stages of the transition to electric vehicles, or even earlier stages of transition to other mobility options. So I would be keen to understand what those challenges look like after hearing these reflections. You know, is it that the example mentioned by France on the regulation to transform ICEs to EVs sound like something you could take up, but what questions would you have in that case? Or do you see that having, you know, lower efficiency standards in other countries has also led to issues? Or do you think this could happen if you follow the transition you might be on now? And I'm talking very generally, so it's opening the floor for different countries.
Thank you, Carla. Switzerland.
Thank you very much. I'd like to answer your question about efficiency standards in cars. I think it's a really good example. We have that too in Switzerland, like in the European Union. It's a little bit of the same system, and it has been proven to be highly efficient. It's not very costly. It's a regulation that practically costs nothing to be introduced, but it really has an impact on the market. And you don't, it's neutral to what technology you want to use. It's just that you have to be more efficient. So that's usually something that is likely to be adapted by the economy or liked by the economy, because you give them just a lot of freedom how to fulfill those efficiency standards. So yes, to answer your question, I think this is a good example of good policy.
Thank you, Switzerland.
Thank you. Perhaps, Ganim, if you want to, if there's no one raising their hand, you can help us select some member country who hasn't really spoken so far. Yeah.
You could suggest a few, and if they would volunteer, they're welcome to take the floor.
I can't see who's there, so I will need you to name some countries, sorry.
I forget that part, yes. We'll leave it to them to volunteer. Don't want to put anyone on the spot. Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Just want to a quick intervention. Like in Nigeria, some efficient way of managing the transport sector is by car track. First, it's common in private owned vehicle, whereby if I give my car to a private person to be as in form of commercial transport, I could put a car track, and the essence I monitor my car through my phone, whereby if it's like, for example, I'm staying in Abuja, and if you go beyond, maybe an agreement with us is to run the transport system within Abuja's metropolitan area. But at the same time, if you go beyond that, and in some cases, a car track was putting into commercial vehicle that they must not speed more than at least between 80 and 100. So those are some of the interventions in terms of efficiency in transport sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria. Belgium.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I want to elaborate a lot, but I just want to say that we also think that efficiency, of course, is very important, because it's both good for the climate and often also good for the consumers. Yeah, another thing is that it needs to be seen from a broad perspective, not only fuel efficiency, but also a broader efficiency of the transport. And there is a role for example, for digitalization and also looking into transport routes, in particular in the context of aviation and shipping, for example. But I would have, if I may, a question to, I think, Carla, one of the presenters of this morning, because you talked also about resource efficiency, not only fuel efficiency, and there was this quite strong graph, I would say, about the increase SUVs in the global car fleet, with all the consequences this has for both for I think energy use and also for material use. And yeah, I wanted to ask what are examples and what are good practices that what countries could do to address this concern. And yeah, this is known as the kind of I think similar to the rebound effect, where you actually end up compensating efficiency improvements with higher use of the resources that you're trying to be efficient on, and which doesn't necessarily bring us on the pathway where we need to be, where we need to actually to move out of and away from fossil fuels and from emissions and towards more efficient transport. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for that question. And in a way that kicks back the ball on my court, which is nice. In this case, I would say that some of the measures that we've been hearing and already in this session include giving either incentives for electric vehicles, but of a certain type, in this case, a certain size, or taxing, and this is something that came up in a previous session as well, taxing larger vehicles so that the incentive is to move towards smaller ones. Because you're right, it just means we need more emissions, more materials, more space. I think that's something that I didn't have a chance to cover as much, but obviously it's not the same to park a large SUV somewhere than a smaller vehicle, or the same for the road, right? So if we look at those smaller options, then we can create the incentives needed. And I just had the creative thought of, allowing only certain sizes or of cars in certain roads. That could be an idea. I think we could get creative about this. I think there's room for this.
Thanks, Carla. Kenya? Middle.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Yes, we would like to share what Kenya is doing towards efficiency, and especially fuel efficiency. We partner with local banks and other interested partners to build capacity for our high occupancy vehicles and long-distance truck drivers on ways to ensure that there is fuel efficiency per distance is covered, the driving techniques, the need for maintenance, and also sensitize the investors and owners of those trucks on better technology adoption. In this area, we would also want to partner further and more, because we are yet to navigate the way to maybe convert the long distance trucks to electric or to use of alternative fuels. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Nigeria.
Thank you for the floor. Another intervention that I want to share is that, for example, Nigeria has just removed the subsidy from the fuel, and it gives some advantage and disadvantage, whereby a lot of people had to that have like 2, 3, 4 cars to do away with 2 and let go with 1. And again, the essence is that if my children and your children is in the same school, we can go with one car instead of individual parents go with different car. As a resource of subsidy, it has greater awareness. At the same time, this subsidy remove has allowed people to convert their vehicle into CNG, and also government is also promised in the next couple of months, because we just have a government that is just less than 3 months in power, which has promised to roll out CNG buses, which is going to be in an efficient way. At the same time, we always have a port congest, whereby a big lorry had to pick the container from the port. So it creates a lot of problems. But recently, the last government embarked on rail from the ports, and which I could tell you that the effective of rail from the port now has discongested the port, whereby the rail could pick about 200 plus containers from port at once, which has reduced individual one vehicle or took a particular container from a port like 100 times. So now we have a rail that can pick a container right from inside port about 200 plus at once. So those are the interventions in Nigeria right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, co-facilitator. Innovation in energy efficiency remains critical to build the highest efficiency systems and to harvest further improvements. In Saudi Arabia, through cooperation with various relevant entities, the Saudi Energy Efficiency Center implemented various initiatives to increase the fuel efficiency of light-duty vehicles. One major initiative is called the Saudi Corporate Average Fuel Economy Standard, which aims to improve vehicles' fuel economy by 3% on an annual basis. So some of the key findings is a 9.2% improvement in new fleets' fuel economy since the implementation of this initiative, and a 26% increase in the number of vehicles registered in the excellent category and above. So when we embark on a discussion about energy and resource efficiency in the transport sector, we must be aware of the differing challenges faced by nations. Although many energy efficiency measures are available, they face barriers to adoption and require additional policy support and technological innovation. The principles of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities is a cornerstone of this dialogue, emphasizing that nations have varied capacities and responsibilities. So global best practices, while foundational, must be augmented by an understanding of the unique challenges of developing countries. This involves not only addressing immediate transportation needs, but also entire life cycle transport-related goods. Dumping of insufficient vehicles, emissions from biofuel production, and the sourcing of critical minerals for batteries highlight the complexities of this issue. On effective policies, while we should be guided by global objectives, sound national policies and governance structures and basic technical and financial capacities must be in place. So policies must be nationally determined so as to be adaptable to local context and respond to local needs and priorities. Solutions based solely on international or even regional interests can be counterproductive, and we need comprehensive national policy frameworks and/or initiatives that address emissions and energy efficiency in transport, grounded in the principles of equity, CBDR, commitment to non-punitive and non-prescriptive instruments at the same time. Solutions should be market-based and resonate with the ground realities of each area, emphasizing the importance of understanding and aligning with the economic realities of specific regions. Transitioning to low carbon and renewable energy sources in transport is fraught with technological and infrastructural challenges. From the energy density limitations of batteries to the high cost of alternative fuels, these barriers are substantial. Yet with international collaboration, research, and financial support, we can overcome them. Energy efficiency is not only helpful to achieve fuel savings, but also emissions reductions. However, standards for efficiency in transport vary by country. Efficient vehicle design in all transport fleets, as well as efficiency of the engines, has been a focus of vehicle manufacturers in most transport sectors. Emphasizing a life cycle analysis tool to quantify energy and efficiency will encourage the use of more efficient materials in the industry. A strong emphasis has to be placed on the importance of solutions tailored to individual cities and countries, and solutions that are technologically agnostic. This perspective resonates with the idea of fairness, ensuring that solutions are not only universally applicable, but locally also. On international collaboration, it shouldn't be just about technology transfer. We must establish cooperations on research and development by sharing knowledge, best practices, and capacity building. And also, when it comes to transport planning, policy, and investment decisions, they should all be based on 3 sustainable development dimensions: social development, economic growth, and environmental impact, and a full cycle analysis. So the true sustainability is encompassed in the entire product life cycle. From production to disposal, our approach must be holistic. This requires international collaboration, national policy frameworks, and a commitment to CBDRRC and equity principles. Finally, we would like to emphasize that transitions are not linear. There are various pathways to achieving lower GHG emissions. Renewables are not the only answer, noting that in looking at the life cycle of renewables, it has its own emissions to resolve. Applicable solutions are in place, including fossil fuels with CCS as per the IPCC, which denotes in its synthesis report, AR6, that net zero is achieved by low or zero carbon energy systems, such as renewables or fossil fuels with CCS. Our goal here is to address overall GHG emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. There is a hand in the virtual room by Indonesia, followed by Argentina. Indonesia, you have the floor. Indonesia. We'll move on to Argentina. You have the floor.
Thank you, facilitator. We just wanted to briefly come in on a little bit of our national experience, and we think it does touch a bit on the issue of questions 4 and 5. We actually have a national sustainable transport plan that was approved last year as part of the broader scope of a national climate change cabinet, a national climate change plan, and we went down now to a national sustainable transport plan. And actually within that plan, it's clearly stated that one of our central areas of effort is going to be energy efficiency. It's one of the cross-cutting principles of the strategy itself. So the idea is that energy efficiency will be key because that plan breaks down into 3 separate programs, which I'm not going to go into now, but the issue of efficiency is clearly present in our strategies. For example, one of the issues that we did highlight in the plan is that we have a very diverse car park or fleet. We have from some top-of-the-line cars and trucks to some older models from the 70s and 80s that are still working. For example, there's approximately 100,000 heavy-duty load-bearing vehicles that we have actually categorized as obsolete, but they're still working. And just by replacing them with newer models, which now are under certain standards like Euro standards, we can considerably reduce emissions and increase efficiency. We also want to highlight in this sense about updating or renewing our car park or fleet that conversations regarding efficiency of transport are a highly relevant social and economic issue, not just environmental. Just like we've spoken before in the previous rooms on the dumping of older models from developed to developing countries, in our country that same phenomenon occurs internally. We have older models that are passed from the higher and upper middle class to the lower middle class and to low income classes. And it's something that's also very visible to see in different parts of the city when you go from one neighborhood to another, or when you go to the rural areas, the very hard to reach areas in Argentina, you can clearly see the difference in the cars. And and as we mentioned before, that the car sometimes is used as a status symbol. This issue of the cross-cutting of environment and economy with social is very clearly seen there. This issue, to highlight this point of a car as a status symbol, sometimes it's not just the car, but the type of car that becomes a status symbol. So we have an objective in our plan to increase and enhance strategies of energy efficiency in the transport sector. And it isn't more specific than that. Why? Because that's a national plan, and we, like Switzerland mentioned, this issue of being a federal country. As a federal country, it's down now to the provincial governments to find a way to implement these plans, to find what, in light of their circumstances, what is the best thing that works for them. So that's also an issue to highlight, because in our case, we're a very large country. There's very big differences between provinces. Buenos Aires is not the same as others who have a more agrarian community, or some provinces that are based on a more mining economy. It's very different. Now, for us at a national level, what is still key is this issue of means of implementation, with the provision of finance, technology transfer, capacity building, to help us build on these national efforts, which will not be enough with the current level of means of implementation. So in light of this, what we want to highlight is the importance for the need for this transition to be just, to respect CBDR, equity, and in the light of different national circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Belgium?
Thank you, and thank you for this interesting discussion. I just wanted to highlight also another aspect of CCS that has been mentioned now as also a possible way forward. We had a lengthy exchange on CCS during the first global dialogue. And also the IPCC report is very clear that CCS faces ecological, technical, and economic and socio-cultural barriers, actually, and that the deployment rate is lagging behind what was expected before. And we see this as an important way for addressing emissions in hard-to-abate sectors. But we think that in the transport sector, or in particular the road transport sector, we have other solutions such as electrification, and in particular I think in a discussion on efficiency, I want also to highlight that CCS requires a lot of energy actually to compress CO2, and yeah, that we have certain concerns in putting this forward as the let's say a most adequate solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Indonesia, virtually, followed by Australia.
Sorry, my connection was lost before. What we want to share is Indonesia has a target in our national energy policy to reduce final energy consumption 17% from business as usual by 2025. And reduce final energy intensity 1% per year. We then implemented various mitigation actions in the transportation sector, primarily aimed at increasing energy efficiency within the transportation system. This action included increasing the use of public transport, promoting the development of non-motorized transportation, and also incorporating biofuels into all modes of transportation, including land, sea, air, and railway transportation. We in Ministry of Transportation, collaboration with Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources to reach these goals, and now we have government regulation about energy conservation, which one of the sector to do the energy efficiency in transport sector. And now we also have collaboration with Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and IEA to develop the fuel economy standard for heavy-duty vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. Australia?
Thank you. Firstly, just wanted to clarify a point raised earlier after Carla's question about maybe some of the negative impacts of the fuel efficiency standard. Just want to be clear that what we were talking about before were the impacts of not having that standard, not the impacts of having one. So just wanted to make sure that was understood. Also wanted to raise something that hasn't been discussed much yet, which is around the need to manage waste from electric vehicles and batteries, and the importance of considering the emissions across the whole life cycle. So EV and battery recycling, reuse and stewardship initiatives that consider end market demand for materials derived from batteries can reduce waste, of course, but it can also create jobs and support further EV production by repurposing batteries and therefore reducing strain on battery supply chains. And these processes for recycling and reusing EVs and batteries can be complex and resource intensive and variable between technologies. So it does require significant planning and thought. To give one example, the Australian government is looking to develop and in the process of developing a vehicle stewardship scheme, and we have funded some of our business and industry organisations to help do that, including the Federal Chamber of Automotive Industries and the Motor Trades Association of Australia, to address end-of-life vehicle waste. And this goes to the point that was made by the representative from Bingo earlier about the importance of consulting with the business sector and making sure you're bringing those perspectives of the experts who are implementing these actions on the ground into the development of these kinds of policies. Thanks.
Thank you, Australia. Carla, this is an interesting discussion that we had in the previous session on waste management. Would you like to prompt the parties and the audience to go in any particular direction with this? Please go ahead, you have the floor.
Yes, certainly. Thank you so much. And yes, definitely the question of how to manage waste and how to get the most value out of these resources that we find in cars has come up. We heard in the previous session about standards that are going to come on so that I think in this particular case the EU doesn't export vehicles that don't comply with certain efficiency standards. So these kinds of policies are actually very, like they're well thought of because they have the system's perspective in mind, and it would be very valuable for parties to share this this activity and the thinking behind the policy, but also the technical aspects of those standards to determine, what's the cutoff in efficiency. Alongside that, I think there could be other policy interventions, and I think there needs to be a bit more innovation in the waste management side of things to make this happen. Johan, would you like to comment anything?
Thank you, Carla. Anything to add, Johan? You're on mute.
Okay, I also think there is, as I highlighted in the previous session, there is an opportunity when we move to electrification to actually also encourage smaller vehicles, but also the sharing of vehicles, because we know that vehicles are parked 95% of the time. So they also take a lot of space in cities, which could also be opened up for bikes and other type of purposes. So I think these strategies can go hand in hand. So it would be interesting to see how many sort of also are driving ideas and policies in order to share the vehicle fleet and move to the next generation of mobility as services as well.
Thanks, Carla and Johan. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, co-facilitator. Just a very quick point on CCS as this door or Pandora box has opened. It was actually brought into the discussion under the larger theme of energy transitions, and it is to show that renewable energies is not the only pathway. That was the only goal for bringing it in this conversation, because I believe one of the colleagues mentioned the transition to renewables, and it was a response to say that there's no one transition. There are various pathways, and fossil fuels with CCS is one of them. Our future energy mix involves all applicable solutions and technologies, and our last dialogue has showcased how central CCS is in this regard, despite challenges that we discussed in the last dialogue on how to overcome them through, for example, government investments and encouraging investments in that regard. So in transportation, it's the same thing. We are open and we welcome all solutions, and they should all be on the table. All solutions that we have discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Perhaps we can start wrapping up in the interest of time. Our experts, Carla, Johan, would you like to sum up? Sorry. Okay, Kenya.
Yes, I've gone first every time, so Johan, I feel like I should let you have a go.
Sorry, before you proceed with wrapping up, there's Kenya that wants to take the floor. Kenya, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator, and for giving us the floor again. I just wanted to respond to the issues of the effective policies and measures from our country experience. Kenya is has put into place a few policy measures with regards to this particular subject matter. From the financial sector or the fiscal sector, we have the green fiscal policy, which is giving various fiscal incentives for investments in the renewable energy sector, among others. Then we also have the e-mobility policy, the action plan for CO2 emission reductions within the aviation sector, and also the bioenergy strategy. However, implementation of all this national documents and action plans will require a lot of investments from both the government and partnerships. We look forward to initiatives in this area to support the investments to transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Carla and Johan, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I don't plan to make a summary, but a few highlights that came up. I think what's been discussed quite extensively is handling of waste and programs, how to take care of ICEs, and also important export regulations between countries. So that is one key area. And the need to switch towards circularity and sustainable supply chains, value chains. It's not sufficient just to electrify. The needs of global standards and collaboration. There is an opportunity to, I think, exchange best practices in terms of working policies that can be shared between different countries and cities to utilize best practices. France, I think, highlighted also, I think, the important to also work on the demand side, basically, which really impact efficiencies such as speed, size of vehicles, and how we can impact that as well. The opportunity to apply digitalization, of course, is enormous in terms of optimizing the transport system. And also, as we talked about, moving towards shared vehicle fleets and mobility as a service. These were a few points. Over to you, Carla, to add some more.
Thank you, Johan. I think that was a really great summary of key points that came up in this session. I would highlight still the need for something that we've heard in all these sessions, contextual solutions and knowledge sharing. There's aspects of innovation and there's aspects of sharing of policies and goals, but also like stories of how countries got to these places that would be interesting. And I think I would just like to add on the innovation side, I guess, Johan, you had the nice S-curve discussion in your presentation. So I think bearing in mind when we make technological assumptions, bearing in mind what that curve looks like is important so that we make plans that we can achieve in this transition to low carbon systems. Thank you.
Right, with that, we're going to wrap up. I'd like to thank Carla and Johan for their excellent facilitation and for guiding the discussions throughout the sessions today. This was much appreciated, and to thank all the delegates present here for your interventions and for your participation and engagement. We hope this was a productive day, and we look forward to continue the discussion tomorrow and the day after. So thank you so much for being here. Welcome to Abu Dhabi, and we look forward to your attendance to the ADGM Welcome Dinner at 7 right next door. Thank you.
So today's session has ended, but our host kindly offered a welcome dinner at a local restaurant, which is located in the underground shopping mall called Galleria. And you will find the elevator to that Galleria shopping mall at the Four Seasons Hotel reception. So for those of you who went to the lunch buffet, it is located in the same Four Seasons Hotel. And you can also walk outside from this building and then find the Galleria. Yeah, that side. Yeah. And I heard this restaurant is one of the best in this area and with a great view of Bay Area.
So just take that elevator down and go in the same direction as you went to go to lunch, and it would be the first door to your left. You're going to find our colleagues standing there, and they're going to help you find the place. Thank you.